Okay, you should be live.
All right, here we go. Okay, I'm going to call this January 6, 2021 Planning and Zoning Board regular meeting to order. So we will start with the roll call. We'll start with in-person first.
Juan Compton.
Mark Hum.
Anthony Marotta.
Daniel Tanner.
Laura Starr.
And those remote.
Greg Rice.
Thank you,
Hey,
Greg. Do we have Bob out there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Bob Lepa.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. Are we doing the Pledge of Allegiance? The previous meetings we were skipping it, but we're back in here.
I believe we are, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Then we'll rise for the pledge. Mark, would you like to lead us today?
In French.
In French.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, additions, deletions, reordering and approval of the agenda. Do we have any additions, deletions, or reordering? Okay, I'm gonna go with no.
We ought to correct the date.
Yep. Those minutes were not from October 7th.
I was thinking today's.
All right, no problem. Okay, so approval of the minutes. Did everybody have a chance to review the minutes? So can I get a motion to approve, please?
I move to approve the minutes from October 7th.
All right, Mark Hum makes the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
On content seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Everybody recorded? All right, all in favor? Thank you. All right, cases, moving along here for the swearing in of staff and applicants. Staff, are you guys gonna handle this?
Certainly. We're going to wait until we're going to have everybody promoted.
Okay.
If all the attendees could please turn on their camera and their microphones once they're promoted. Then Pamela Ryan will read in the swearing in.
Okay.
Pam, could you handle that? Sherry is having some computer issues.
No,
Or is she available?
I'm working on getting everyone promoted, everyone as well. So
Is
Sherry not available?
She said everyone turn their camera.
Oh, Sherry, I hear Sherry. Sherry, are you available to do the swearing in?
We're on this camera.
Shares at the 1900 building, I think.
okay,
Pam, we can hear you. I don't think Pam realized her microphone was on.
That was through your microphone. My microphone's off.
Oh, really? It's so sensitive. So,
Hello, everybody.
Evening.
There's Christina.
mhm. So, if everybody can just turn on their cameras and get ready, just, you're gonna be asked to swear to an oath. Just give it 1 second. We're just waiting on Sherry. Or Krista.
We're on camera.
Krista, if you're going to do the swearing in, you don't need to be on camera.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
We do need some additional folks. Ms. Rivas, Mr. Marcel, if you can please turn on your camera and your mic. We need to see your face. You're going to be providing testimony.
Am I on?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Krista, if you can please continue. Can you swear everyone in? Please raise your right hand.
All those giving testimony, please raise your right hand and, oh, be sworn in by me. Sorry. Do you swear or affirm that in this proceeding you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So just give us a moment. We're going to demote all the participants until it is your time to speak. It takes a little bit longer this evening because we have quite a few participants, so
Yes.
just bear with us.
Okay, I think that's everyone.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to continue with the proceeding.
Thank you. Okay, swearing staff and applicants complete proof of publication included in the packet. Saw that. All right, so let's move along here. Board disclosures. Do we have any board disclosures this evening?
I got a couple of phone calls from the attorney for the property that's coming up, but I never talked to anybody.
Thank you.
Same for me. I had a call and wasn't able to, I only had one call, but wasn't able to speak to him.
I think I got a call and maybe an email, but I wasn't able to get to it either.
Fair enough.
I did speak with someone representing the party.
And I also had a couple of phone messages. I did not speak with anybody.
I also spoke with somebody representing the party and suggested they call City Hall and speak with Sherry.
Anything from you, Greg?
No calls, no emails.
All right, nod man out. Okay. Done our swearing in. Okay, so here we go. This is a quasi judicial hearing to hear PZB project number 20-01400035. Consideration of a major site plan with sustainable bonus and conditional use permit to construct a plus minus 47,000 square foot distribution facility and repair and maintenance uses within the Industrial Park of Commerce zoning district, commonly referred to as the Umdash Doka, and located at 2209 7th Avenue North. It's my understanding that in addition to the applicant, we have 3 affected parties who wish to be heard. So as a preliminary matter, we need to address the request to continue the case for Mr. Daniel Hyatt. City staff provided the board with information from Mr. Hyatt. City attorney.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Am I on? I am.
Yes, thank you.
You have the information. I just wanted to put it on the record as we have done in the past, that one of the affected parties has asked for an additional continuance. If you look at the information you've been given, Mr. Hyatt asked for a continuance last month and we gave it to him I think it was like around December 2nd. And we advised him that the hearing would be no later than today. I won't speak for Mr. Hyatt, but we are always here to give people an opportunity to make their statement and their comments. So I just wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to review your materials and you could see where Mr. Hyatt was granted the first continuance, and under the ordinance, any further continuances would have to be granted by the board under the city's ordinance. That's all I really needed to say.
Thank you. Okay, with that being said, so we will open that up to Mr. Hyatt. For this portion, we'd ask you to please keep it to under 3 minutes to give your statement on the request for an additional continuance. If staff can open up to Mr. Hyatt, please.
Mr. Hyatt, you are unmuted.
I can't, am I on the screen? Can you see me?
Andrew, could you please check his permissions, or Keith?
Testing, can you hear me?
Yeah, just give us 1 second here.
We hear you, we don't see you.
Just Mr. Hyatt, right?
Yes.
Yep, he should be on.
There you are.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. This meeting was started with questionable notice last month. In my process of complaining about the notice period, I discussed getting the thing continued. However, the day of the meeting, when I hadn't gotten anything authorizing the continuance, I heard from some other person that there wasn't a quorum and they couldn't have the meeting anyway. So therefore, I don't recall me getting anything from the city on this continuance. And this is the exact reason why the new ordinance has been put there. Every affected party has one continuance in the new ordinance that's in place. So I sent in my request for the continuance, which I could read to you. And the main reasons is my attorney, Mr. Thomas Bard, on Wednesday, the 30th of December, told me he was not available for tonight and had just recused himself from the case. He suggested another attorney. When I called him Monday morning after the holiday, I wasn't able to get up to speed with him. I also want to go on the record as saying the attorney from the DOCA group sent me a brief email on December the 5th asking my position on the project. After I responded to them, I never heard any community outreach. I didn't hear anything else from them until yesterday or the day before the hearing. Also, I made it perfectly clear to the board, to the P&Z board, that there was a new owner of the Eastern Metals property, which consists of about 7 full acres, all of which are in the affected party. I have been in touch with their attorney to tell him about this forthcoming hearing, and he was busy in the holiday weekend. And I was informed today they weren't interested in a continuance. Now, all of a sudden, he's on the screen and he popped up. So even if you all ruled that I inadvertently used up my continuance for last month, I don't believe the board can produce any authorization of that. And I also believe that I could have substituted Mr. George Garamy or Seth for the continuance tonight. So if you all disqualify me for the continuance, I guess based on the new ordinance, we should take it up with George Garamy or take it up with Seth, the attorney for the new owner. The whole Eastern Metals property is all within the affected party. I believe they closed the day or two before the end of the year. And so now they're in a position where they got this huge piece of property. Mm-hmm. And they're the ones most impacted by this project because they own the most land. So I have another email that I wrote to the city yesterday that I'll read you real quick. Is my 3 minutes up?
If you could briefly read the email and then we'll move it on.
Okay, I'll finish. In other words, I also asked George Garamy if they're going to take this position that I accidentally used up my continuance or last month and I'm disqualified. I had Mr. George Garamy, the president of our association, appeal for a continuance also, and he was verbally turned down also. So I wrote another request yesterday that, you know, the same, basically going over the whole thing. And to let you guys know that 7 acres that is on 23rd Avenue, that Eastern Metal has now been bought out by a big developer who is present on the computer tonight. He wants to be an affected party too.
Okay, does that conclude your comments, Mr. Hyde?
I think that sums it up.
Okay, thank you. A couple of items then, just to get through here. To summarize that,
Mr. Chairman, we did have a request from Mr. Seth Malamut to, I'm sure I'm butchering his name, to also speak on this issue as well. And if I may, just for the record, when I spoke to Mr. Hyatt this afternoon, I said we did not know yet what they were doing, but at the time they had not requested a continuance when I spoke to him. We did not say that they were not requesting a continuance. We said that they had not yet.
Okay.
Can somebody please promote Seth? And if you can turn on your video and your microphone, please.
Yep, he should be here.
Hi, can everybody hear me? All right, thank you. So yes, my name is Seth Malamut. I'm in-house counsel for a company called Stag Industrial, which is a real estate investment company based in Boston, and we have acquired properties directly across the street from the subject parcel that's the subject of this application. We acquired those buildings on December 30th. And I understand, having had the benefit of speaking to Pamela and having the benefit of having spoken to the applicant's counsel today, that we are not deemed an affected party given the way that your ordinance works, and that we weren't able to register in time, or that there is a 5-day look back, and that's perfectly fine. I was happy to kind of comment in the public domain as well. So as I mentioned, I'm in-house counsel. I don't have a great amount of land use experience, but I do have a little bit. And I scrambled quite a bit today to try to find land use counsel to help represent us here today. And what I was trying to do was make my way through the application as I have it, which I have a memo from Andrew Meyer to the members of the boards here from November 25th. In anticipation of the December 2nd meeting. I have that. I have some other correspondence, and I have a little bit of research that I've been able to do on the applicant and their type of business. And the reason that I'm supporting a request for a continuance or requesting one is just because I don't have enough information. I don't know that I would object to this use, and I don't know that I would really care about this use, to be completely frank, but I just don't have the necessary information to make that decision. And I tried, to read through this memo, and it's not particularly substantive as to what, as a practical matter, is going to happen on the ground at this location. And that's really what I'm trying to understand. So, I think if you were to look at the location of our properties, and it were to have been that we acquired these properties on 12/15 or 6 months ago, we would clearly have a right to be an affected party. It's just, as a circumstance of timing, we're not. So I understand that I'm not entitled to a continuance as a matter of right under your ordinance, and I appreciate that. This is more of a request just to get my head around what is happening here across the street from our newly acquired facilities. I will say that I have not had an opportunity to speak with our tenant, Eastern Metal Supply, either, given the short notice. We just bought these buildings, and we're kind of a professional landlord. We are based in Boston and are not going to be operating out of the facilities across the street from this location. So again, it may very well be that the parties who are there, my tenants, who wouldn't be entitled to affected status either because they don't own the fee interest in the land, they may not object either. I don't know, and I'd like to. I very much would like the opportunity to know. whether we approve of it or we just don't care. So that is my request to the board is for a simple continuance. It can be as short as a week if that's something that you all are able to accomplish. I don't purport to understand how the machinations of the boards work, but
Okay.
but I would respectfully request a continuance. So thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chairman, we're also going to promote the applicant to speak on the continuance. They have requested that as well.
Okay.
You're muted.
I'm going to apologize, but my camera keeps blanking out, but I am here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The applicant opposes a continuance. Mr. Hyatt was extended a 30-day continuance under ordinance 2020-14 on December 2nd, date certain for January 6th. I'm very sorry that Seth Malamute didn't learn of this and didn't purchase the property until after the notice. I think that's an issue he needs to take up with his seller. But I do believe that Duca and Umdash have the right to move forward with their application. They've coordinated with the property owners and we're ready to proceed.
Thank you. Staff, will anyone else be speaking at the moment?
I just want to clarify something for the record. And I appreciate Mr. Malamont's statement and that he's not an affected party. He's asking for a continuance, and it's certainly within the right of the board to grant him a continuance. Although, as Ms. Reeves states, the purpose of the continuance is not to give every new owner another 30 days or another 60 days. I believe that there is a law that says at some point we have to move these applications along under state law, and you just can't grant indefinite continuances. But what I really want to address is Mr. Hyatt's statement that he never received correspondence. I want to make it clear that Mr. Hyatt requested the continuance before we found out that we might not have a quorum. And it was only because we decided to grant him the continuance that we didn't continue to beg, borrow, and steal and ask a board member to come to the meeting so that we would have a quorum. So I don't want the board to think that we were not having the meeting and so we just granted him the continuance. We granted him the continuance and then we didn't push for the meeting. So that was his one turn. We did send him emails the same day stating, in fact, I believe that he spoke to Ms. Sita and stated that he needed the continuance so that he could get an attorney. And that was on December 2nd. And then very close to this date, we find out that his chosen attorney, which is coincidentally Tom Baird, stated that he couldn't represent him. So now he wants more time. And again, the purpose of the changes to the ordinance was to give affected parties an opportunity to have community meetings or to get an attorney. It's not to just run the clock out on potential property, developers, property owners who are trying to get something done in the city. So I just wanted to clarify that because I don't want you all to think that staff did anything wrong. Staff did not, and there are emails that show that. But again, I want to reiterate that it is within your discretion under the ordinance to grant the continuance if you see fit. As Ms. Reeves has stated, the applicant does oppose it, but it's still within your authority.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. That was actually one of the items I was going to ask you. Address two things on that, which is continuance per affected party and the portion about having nothing stating a continuance. As you'd mentioned, it was the continuance was granted prior. There is one item I would like staff to address, if you would, please, on that, which is the statement of questionable notice. You guys just answer that portion for us. What would?
Yeah, adequate notice was given in accordance with our procedures. It met all, it was very consistent. I believe Mr. Hyatt's concern was that it was originally the notice arrived over the holiday. That was what his concern was. But the notice was legal and met all of our city regulations and was actually sent out prior to the 10-day requirement for the 400-foot notice, which is a courtesy notice, not a required notice. And the site was posted with signs in advance of the 10-day notice, and as well, it was noticed in the paper and meeting the 10-day requirement.
And this was back in November. Let's be clear. This was the notice that was in November of 2020, not December.
Right. We also asked the applicant because the item was not continued to a date certain. This particular hearing was also renoticed. Again, there were signs posted. There was a 400-foot notice done. I don't have the date, Andrew, if you could pull up the date specifically, but it was well in advance of the 10-day notice. And again, all the notices went out, I believe. Andrew, if you can pull that date up, but it was well before Christmas.
Excuse me, would it be possible for anybody to confirm that notice was sent to the then owners of the properties that we have since acquired? I obviously don't have the benefit of having received the notice.
Absolutely, we'll send you confirmation of that. We, whenever the applicant sends out the notice, they have to fill out a form to everyone they've sent notice to and get that form stamped at the post office. So we have confirmed that that everyone had received in the buildings within 400 feet.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Malamud. Malamud?
Yes, sir, Mr. Malamud, that's right.
Okay, your real estate firm, do they operate mostly in Florida or in Massachusetts or?
No, sir. So Stag Industrial is a publicly traded real estate investment trust. We are listed on the New York Stock Exchange. We own some 500 or so of these types of industrial buildings.
Or something like that, right?
Yeah, we are basically professional landlords. We're in, I think, 42 states.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And then typically, there's a huge due diligence period that you guys do. Before you get an asset, you go and you look and you talk to people.
Yes, sir.
And you do things. I'm actually a little bit surprised that you didn't know that this was happening. Because
yes, sir.
For any publicly traded company would hire a team of attorneys and they would have a process, right?
Yes.
I mean, I do this professionally and we look through very, very diligently to see what it is. I don't know what your position is. I know you're corporate counsel, but I find it a little bit shocking that
sure.
firm wouldn't have that information and would let something like that slip up and now ask for a continuance because they need more information. I mean, you made a purchase. How much did it cost you?
Well, it was
maybe I don't need to know, but it cost you a lot of money, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
It's a little bit strange for me to think that you wouldn't have that and something that's so important going across the street. That would affect your value.
Yes, and I would agree wholeheartedly with you, and I appreciate your comments because you know, they're now in the public record. If you do this for a living, you would appreciate that we can only get the benefit of what is disclosed to us by the owners of the property that we're buying from. And this was not disclosed to us. And that will be, I assure you, well,
sorry about that. But I mean, you look at things going up around you and something that's so many acres and so big, you would, you know, I hate to say it, but that's a little bit strange to ask for continuous. But anyway, I get it. I know what happened. I know where you stand, but it's very strange.
Yes, no, and if I may, again, the reason that I asked for evidence that that notice was provided to our seller is because the seller did not in turn provide that notice to us. And, you know, as of course, if you buy real estate in a commercial setting, you can imagine that there is a list of documents that the seller is required to provide, documents that would have an impact on the property. That our seller, I would contend to you, was obligated to provide us with this notice. And so obviously I didn't get the benefit of it. our team of lawyers didn't get the benefit of it. And that is not, that issue or that problem, as you would put it, is not lost on me. And it is likely to go much further than the bounds of this meeting.
That's fine. No, and I get it. But, you know, a little bit more coordination. And at this point, I don't know what to tell you, but it seems like a kind of weak argument to slow down somebody who's coming to do something is waiting so long to do it. So that's where I stand. I mean, it's a little bit difficult to swallow. Anyway.
Right, move on. Other board members who have questions for Mr. Hyatt, who's the one making the request. Any other questions for Mr. Hyatt? Anyone? No,
I'm good.
Okay, everyone's good. Questions, staff? No other comments, questions? Okay. Laura,
Is Mr. Hyatt objecting?
Mr. Hyatt is making a
Asking for a continuance.
right at this moment. He's specifically requesting, prior to us getting into the case, for a continuance.
Mr. Hyatt, though, is an affected party objecting to the proposed development for clarification.
Can I speak for a moment?
Where's the objection?
That he
Mr. Hyatt will make a presentation if the item is not continued. I also wanted to note that if you had the applicant, if you had questions for the applicant is already here. If not, you can continue.
Right, so to clarify though, we're on the continuance portion.
That's correct.
Only on the continuance portion. And I wanted to also let you know with two things, just for your information and your deliberation. One, the notice was sent out on December 10th, the courtesy notice to within 400 feet on the property, as well as that your next available meeting, although quite robust, is January 27th. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so any other board member questions or comments on the continuation?
Pamela, do we have any obligation, and we're protected, you know, on the legal side of things, to, if we say we just want to move forward, that's well within our right to do as well, right? There's no obligation to do a continuance. If there was, it would have already been taken care of before this meeting.
That is correct, but I would ask you to make a motion on that, because if the issue is appealed, we want it to be clean. So there needs to be a motion on whether or not to continue it or not to continue the case. And yes, you will be protected. You don't have an obligation at this point. We've done.
To be clear, there has been already, that was considered a continuance, the one that from last month. Yeah, so there has been a continuance.
It was considered a continuance.
That was considered a continuance by them, not me. They don't have any documentation of any continuance.
Okay.
I don't need documentation of your commitment. You sent an email and we responded to the email. And it is curious to me that you're right, you never did respond to my emails, but that does not mean my emails were not sent to you confirming that we were granting you the continuance until.
Why don't we review the emails right now? Why don't you produce them?
I have the emails and I will read here, Mr. Hyatt, so that there is no confusion. The city is looking at advertising the hearing for either December 16th, 2020 or January 6th, 2020. We will advise you tomorrow, but that gives you time to hire legal counsel. Thank you. I sent that email. Does it say
anything there about you failed to get a quorum? You failed to get a quorum. Quit talking. It's just they didn't have the people there. They couldn't have the meeting. They were trying to steamroller me already, and they just couldn't get enough of the people on the board to come. That's all there is to it. They didn't have a quorum. And if they didn't have a quorum and they want to disqualify me, how do you explain that George Garamy, who's on the screen right now, also applied for it and they turned him down in the proper timeline when he has every right that I do? Let's say my right is gone. Let's give it to him and let's close this thing out and get everybody some time. He applied for one also. So if you want to kick me out, that's fine, but you can't kick both of us out because he didn't apply for it. Everybody by the new, this is why they put the new statute in place, So this kind of nonsense wouldn't happen. Who said what? What did they say? Well, if you don't have enough people to have a meeting, you can't have a meeting. I'm not responsible for making everybody have the meeting.
Let me be clear again. Staff did not pursue getting a quorum after Mr. Hyatt requested the continuance. Before that, we were trying to get a quorum in place.
Ms. Ryan, can you clarify that once more? I know you did earlier that the continuance was granted by staff through that email. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
When was that? I want to know when that was.
That, I have an email. I don't have the whole thing in front of me, but Mr. Hyatt was requesting a continuance on the day of the meeting, December 2nd. It looks like around 4:47 p.m. And Ms. Sita forwarded the request to me, and I questioned Mr. Hyatt as to how he did not have notice when we clearly sent the notice. And that was almost right before the meeting, around 4:54 p.m. And somewhere around that time, we stopped. I think Sherry found out, I think she was in place, that she was having difficulty getting a quorum. So instead of calling the board members, which we were going to have her do, to call again, as you all have been witness to that, we've done that before. We just stated, we'll give them a continuance. We wouldn't fight it over the applicant's request. The applicant wanted to still move forward, but we stated, we have this continuance. We're having difficulty getting the quorum, so we're just going to grant his continuance.
We don't have any information showing that continuance. She cannot produce anything saying, Mr. Hyatt, we're granting you the continuance. There was a rambling email about they couldn't find the people and they couldn't get a quorum. That's all there was. She's got the email there.
I didn't send you an email about not finding a quorum. I sent you an email stating that we were granting your continuance.
No, why don't you read it to them? Or produce it and give it to each member of the board. This is all a mute point. We're wasting all this time on this because here's why. Here's my point. Let's just say automatically, board, you disqualify me. George Garamy, who is an affected party in the timeline, and I that made the same exact request within 24 hours of mine, and he got turned down too, and he never asked for one for December. The reason I asked for the December 4th when I was complaining about the notice because they send all these applicants send the paperwork out. This paperwork was postmarked before Thanksgiving. So whenever they do that, whether we had the same one on a person filing in July, they've learned to mail out the notices to the people a day or two before a major holiday. And there's nobody working at the post office on the 5th of July or the Friday after Thanksgiving. I was simply complaining that by the time I got the notice, it was 2 days before the hearing. It's a 10-day requirement. Now that has been changed by the statute too, because everybody is complaining about that issue so much. So let's just move on to George Garamy. I believe he's on there, and find his request for the postponement. Let him postpone the meeting. And let's quit wasting time. Who said what on this? He made the same identical request in the proper timeline when I did. If you will open up his screen, you will see him and you can interview him all you like about that.
If you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I can share the email on the screen.
Yeah, if you would go
From
ahead, since it's
Mr.
come
Pamela
up.
Ryan.
But I would also like if you would, because there is a statement for the second one, was that continuance request made for this meeting, or was that continuance request made for Mr. Garamy's made for the December meeting? That's unclear.
This meeting.
Mr. Garamony, excuse me, Mr. Hyatt. Mr. Garamy called me about the request. The intent of the ordinance and what the ordinance states is that there is one affected party ordinance for all affected parties. Otherwise, the unintended consequence, if you interpret the ordinance the way that Mr. Hyatt is suggesting, would allow an indefinite number of affected parties to continue to postpone applicants and deny them their due process indefinitely. And that was clearly not the intent of the ordinance or the discussion at the City Commission. It was to provide one reasonable 30-day continuance, which was achieved for that purpose, so that people could hire counsel.
I'm sorry, can somebody, I'm sorry, Aaron, I don't mean to interrupt. How is it that you're able to speak on the intent of the ordinance for the purposes of advising the committee?
Because I was one of the authors of the ordinance and was present at the hearing when the city commission was in discussion of the ordinance.
Okay, and so is the suggestion that somehow only some people are entitled to the benefit of the ordinance if they are, but that it's not done indefinitely? And honestly, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to understand, because as I see it, I should have been an affected party, but for the fact that we bought this property inside of the window of the hearing and the notice dates. So I would feel like the intent of the statute is that people who live within a certain boundary area get registered as an affected party. But I understand that there needs to be a cutoff so that it can't happen that day. But I appreciate that. But I also would suggest to you that I would be an affected party, but for this, consideration. So I'm just trying to understand, if I were deemed an affected party, would I have the benefit of making a request for an extension?
There is one 30-day continuance for all affected parties.
And the reason for that is we're prepared to start this hearing tonight. You bought the property. Let's say you bought it 6 days ago. Yep. So you get another 30 days. And then there's another person who sells the property and they want to get another 30 days.
I understand.
The point is that it would go on indefinitely. And I can't find the emails to Mr. Garamy, but Aaron is the person who talked with him. A person can read this. There are unintended consequences and we will have to address it. But we never intended for there to be indefinite continuances on these cases, which is likely to happen with this case going forward. Also, I have to remind everyone that there is a state statute on how long you can hold up an application. You cannot just grant indefinite continuances beyond a statutory time limit. I don't have it in front of me, but I know that that it does exist. I think we are belaboring this. The board just needs to cut off the discussion and make a decision as to whether or not you want to continue it. We've already spent 45 minutes on this issue.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. I was, again, just without having the opportunity to have all the facts, I'm just trying to understand what my rights are here. Thank you.
One more thing I might add, if I may. I'm looking at this email on the screen. Can everybody see that?
No.
It says in the second sentence, "It is my understanding your property manager, Christina Morrison, was aware, and she sent an email to the city staff requesting this report. Under the code, an affected party must give 5 days notice." This is when they were trying to deny me the other affected party status. The bottom line is Christina Morrison is a real estate agent there who I'm associated with. She manages a completely different piece of property than the Marlin Industrial Park. So the attorney here is telling me that I did not get because I didn't get the notice. It is my understanding your property manager has nothing to do with the Marlin Industrial Park owners.
Oh my
She's
God.
aware of this. She
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think we had one last board member comment.
All in all, at the end of the day, there was an additional 30 days, whether it goes back to the email officially notifying you that your specific request was granted or not, there was an addition of 30 days for you to continue your due diligence and to build your case, period. So
do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. And I might need some help phrasing this, but to move forward with PZB project number 20-014-00035 for tonight's meeting. Is that?
Madam Attorney, if I can suggest a modification to that, I think you want to deny the request for the continuance and then the rest of it.
Perfect. So I'd like to deny the request for the continuance and move forward with PZB project number 20-014-00035.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Daniel Tanner and Juan Con. Do you second that?
Yep.
We have a motion and a second. I'll call the vote and we'll go down the line this way.
Yes.
Aye for Wonton.
Aye.
Mark Hums and aye. Anthony Murata, aye.
Daniel Tanner, aye.
No, nay.
Laura Starr is a nay. And we'll go to Greg Rice
Nay.
and Bob Lipa.
Nay.
3-4.
Okay. 3-4. The ayes have it. The request for a continuance is denied. We'll move on with the case. All right. Okay, under the quasi judicial rules, we will hear first from the city, then the applicant, and then the affected parties. When called, please state your name, the name and address of the property you're speaking on behalf of. We're going to have the applicant speak first, and then we'll move along through the order there. So if the applicant.
It's actually staff, Mr. Chair. Andrew Meyer from our team will be providing the presentation.
Okay. Andrew Meyer, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Can you see that on the screen?
Yes.
We see something.
All right. Good evening. For the record, this is Andrew Meyer, Senior Community Planner, and I will be presenting new business item A, consideration of a major site plan with sustainable bonus and conditional use to construct an approximately 47,000 square foot distribution facility and repair and maintenance uses within the Industrial Park of Commerce, or IPOC, zoning district, commonly referred to as Doka, and located at 2209 7th Avenue North. The subject site is generally located along the city's western boundary and south of 7th Avenue North, as can be seen on the map. As stated earlier, the property is zoned Industrial Park of Commerce, or IPOC, and has a future land use of industrial. Properties to the north and east of the project site are also zoned IPOC, while properties located south of the project site, east of the E4 Keller Canal, is zoned mixed use west. Property located west of the project site across the E4 Canal is located in unincorporated Palm Beach County and has a Palm Beach County zoning designation of multifamily medium density. The proposal is being requested by Lisa Rivas of Saul, Ewig, Arnstein, and Lair on behalf of Umdash Real Estate USA Limited, and the property is currently owned by Lake Worth Industrial LLC. Lisa Rivas, on behalf of the applicant, is requesting the following approvals: a major site plan for the development of an industrial building in excess of 7,500 square feet, a sustainable bonus program incentive to gain an increase in building height to 31 feet, and a conditional use permit to establish distribution facility and repair and maintenance major uses greater than 7,500 square feet. From the 1950s until the 1970s, the lot was used as a landfill at its southern end. In 2011, the pond, which currently exists at the north end of the lot, was expanded. Today, the subject lot remains vacant and undeveloped and contains a mixture of Royal Poinciana, ficus, cabbage palm, southern live oak, tropical almond, and mango trees. On March 3rd, 2009, the city designated the area as a brownfield through Resolution 03-2009. The applicant has informed the city that it intends to enter into a brownfield site rehabilitation agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the rehabilitation and redevelopment of the property. The properties to the north and east of the subject site contain a mixture of office and warehouse uses. The property to the south of the subject site and east of the E4 Canal contain multifamily residential, while properties to the west of the site contain single-family residential. Staff finds that the proposed development is in harmony with the existing warehouse and office uses and provides buffering from the nearby residential uses, which complies with the city's land development regulations. The proposed facility will be used for the sale and rental of concrete formwork systems, safety and protection systems, and miscellaneous parts and materials to contractors throughout Florida. The project proposes a 47,927 square foot warehouse located towards the north of the site, which includes a 10,150 square foot office, a 26,617 square foot warehouse and maintenance shop, and an 11,160 square foot canopy structure. This building will house maintenance operations, which include inspection of equipment returning from job sites in the open air canopy structure, and their subsequent repair and renovation in the indoor maintenance shop. The storage of repaired and operational equipment will be stored in the 104,342 square foot outdoor storage area located east of the warehouse building. The entire site will be secured with gates and will not be open to the public. Trucks picking up and dropping off equipment will enter the site from the north and circulate around the storage area east of the building. The parking area west of the building will be used only for forklifts and employee parking. The project proposes a lake at the southern end of the property, buffering the uses from the multifamily residential to the south, and a 200-foot canal right-of-way exists between the subject site and the single-family residences to the west. A 6-foot precast concrete wall with landscaping is also proposed along the southern and western property lines to further buffer the proposed uses from the adjacent residential uses. Staff reviewed the site plan and proposed buffering against the code and found that it met the city's requirements. In addition, the Lake Worth Drainage District has required the applicant to provide stabilization of the canal bank, which will ease maintenance of the canal. The renderings shown are of the north end of the proposed building, which includes a 2-floor office portion. The applicant has applied for a sustainable bonus incentive for an extra 1 foot in building height in the office portion of the building. The extra building height is used to extend the parapet to screen the rooftop equipment. The sustainable bonus application was reviewed against the code and was found to meet the city's requirements. Staff found the proposal to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, strategic plan, and the city's land development regulations. A table on the right shows the development regulations for the site and those provided. As stated earlier, the project was found to be consistent with the city's land development regulations. In conclusion, as the application meets the city's land development regulations, staff is recommending that the board approve the major site plan, conditional use permit, and sustainable bonus incentive program as conditioned. In addition to the standard conditions of approval, several conditions specific to this project were included. Electric Utilities is requiring a 10-foot wide electric easement. Planning is requiring that all fencing meet the land development regulations and is prohibited from generating excess noise. Public Works is requiring that the applicant provide improvements and restore off-site infrastructure to like or better condition. Furthermore, Water and Sewer is requiring significant improvements as well as a 15-foot easement. The project was also reviewed by the Lake Worth Drainage District, which required bank stabilization improvements along the E4 canal as mentioned during the presentation. This concludes my presentation. The applicant will now present their presentation on the project.
Thank you.
Keith, could you please promote Ms. Rivas, Mr. Schiller, Mr. Schiller and Ms. Rivas, is there anyone else from your team you would also like promoted for the presentation portion? Would you like the rest of your team or just the speakers for the presentation?
The rest of the team available for questions at the end. We need Mr. Louis Goldberg promoted also.
Sorry, what?
I know.
That would also include folks with Mr. Haig, Mr. Kerr, Mr.
At the end,
Schiller.
At the end of the presentation, will there be time for me to rebut some of the information already provided at the hearing?
So this is your presentation only. The question session comes later. So there will actually not be questions at the end of your presentation. There's another segment for questions later in the presentation.
At that point, I'll be allowed time for rebuttal?
You'll be allowed time for questions. Yes.
Thank you.
Andrew is going to share your presentation. Would you like to share your video first? Or would you like to share your PowerPoint first?
Actually, I would like to introduce, first of all, I'd like to say, Chairman and board members, I'm Lisa Revis for the record of Real Estate USA. I'd like to introduce Louis Goldberg. He's the Senior Facilities and Property Project Manager for DOCA USA.
Good evening, everybody. Members of the Planning and Zoning Board, staff members of the various agencies and departments, residents and business owners, and to the larger Lake Worth Beach community. My name is Louis Goldberg, Senior Facilities Manager for Real Estate and DOCA USA. And on behalf of both companies, it is a privilege to be here today and ask for approval to develop our brand new Florida facility here in the city of Lake Worth Beach. I would like to take a brief moment to thank Mr. Waters, Mr. Meyer, and the numerous staff members from the various departments and agencies who worked diligently with our team during the review process. Our company, Real Estate USA, operating as DOCA USA, is a large family-owned international company with approximately 160 facilities in 70 countries. Over the 150 plus years of our company's history, we have grown into a large, thriving business with approximately 7,000 employees, 500 of which are based here in the US. We take our responsibilities to the communities we call home and our operations very seriously, which is a reflection of our family-owned mindset. It is crucial to have good relationships with our neighbors, both business and residential alike. As you will see shortly in the video of our Chicago area facility, similar to our proposed facility in Lake Worth Beach, it borders residential neighborhoods. We are extremely proud of the good relationships we maintain there and in our other US locations. This facility, once developed, will be our main facility in Florida, which will serve construction projects throughout the state. Our company, and through the operations at our facility, provides concrete formwork systems, safety and protection systems, accessory parts and materials to contractors at medium to large scale vital projects. Our equipment is both leased and sold to businesses that we serve. To accomplish our daily business tasks, the facility relies on a mix of yard, maintenance, and office personnel. We are relocating from the Broward County area, and it will be necessary to fill numerous vacated employment positions. Our company looks forward to working with local and county agencies to fill these positions, ideally by qualified individuals from the area. In summary, we look forward to becoming part of this growing community and building a new state-of-the-art facility that we and the city of Lake Worth Beach can both be proud of. We hope the Planning and Zoning Board will move in favor of our project and grant approval to our site plan application. And we also hope the greater Lake Worth Beach community will support our project as well. Thank you. Now we would like you to see and learn a little bit more about our company's operations in this short video. Andrew, if you can start it.
Project management at DOCA supports large-scale projects. During the sales process of these large-scale projects, the customer may have very specific requirements. We make sure that those requirements are passed from sales onto engineering and onto operations to ensure that the customer is happy and that the project is successful. So for our customer, this means that one person will be involved in the very start of the project until its completion, and that all drawings are submitted on time, material arrives on time, and all job-specific requirements are met.
Hi, I'm Rich Barton at DOCA USA. I'm a senior field supervisor for DOCA USA. My role is field service. We provide assistance in assembling the projects, making sure that everyone is running the job smoothly, safely. We're there to assist the customer. Not only that, we're to train the men on assembly, license personnel in the proper climbing of our hydraulic system.
Hi, I'm Nick Donkos, Engineering Manager of DOCA Midwest. Here in North America, we have an experienced team of engineers who can provide safe, innovative, and cost-effective solutions to our customers. Currently in the Chicago branch, we have 20 engineers, including 3 professional engineers. Advantage to this is that we are able to stamp drawings and ensure their safety of them. Here in Chicago, we are currently working on Wanda Vista. Upon completion, it'll be the 3rd tallest building in Chicago. The complex geometry of this building made it hard for DOCA to look at. With the capability of AutoCAD and 3D BIM modeling, we were able to come up with a solution.
Hi, I'm Teresa. I'm the operations manager in our Chicago branch. We have over 20 acres of material centrally located in the Midwest, not only to service the local Chicagoland area, but all across the country. We have over $100 million worth of inventory just waiting to service your project's needs.
Would the applicant like their PowerPoint presentation now? Andrew, if you
Yes.
could give us a minute to pull that up.
Yes, please. I'd like to thank staff for working so diligently with us and all your hard work on this project. I'd also like to note that staff has indicated that our request meets all of the required criteria for approval and recommends approval for our project. Thank you. Slide 2, please. Did I fail to introduce myself earlier? Chairman and board members, I'm Lisa Revis for the record of Real Estate USA. Okay, DOCA USA is proposing its newest facility to be developed in the Boutwell Industrial Park of Commerce on the south side of 7th Avenue North, east of the E4 Canal. This facility will bring with it approximately 50 well-paying jobs. Next slide, please. The site includes 9.79 acres, is zoned IPOC with an industrial future land use. Next, please. The building is designed in 3 segments. The northern portion of the building is office space for the engineering management and logistics portion of the operation. Directly behind the sales office is the warehouse and maintenance shop. This is where the maintenance and cleaning of equipment is performed. And on the south side of the building is the outdoor canopy structure used to inspect equipment returning from construction sites. Next. The architecture is modern with large windows facing 7th Avenue North. Next. More intense uses are oriented toward the rear of the building. Next. With a canopy area on the south end. Next. There are 3 access points from 7th Avenue North. The westernmost access is for passenger vehicles, and the 2 eastern access points are for truck traffic. The western and southern buffers include a 6-foot precast concrete wall, and the east buffer has a 6-foot chain link fence. Next. Both are screened with a combination of laurel and live oaks, wax myrtle, silver and green buttonwood trees with a cocoa plum hedge. Next. To develop this site, UMDASH is requesting a major site plan and conditional use approval to construct a warehouse and maintenance shop, 2-story office facility, an outdoor canopy area, an outdoor storage area, and a sustainable bonus incentive program to increase the office building height by 1 foot for the office space. Next. The conditional use criteria has been met. Slide 13, please. General findings relating to harmony with the LDRs and protection of public interest are met. Next. Qualitative development standards have been met. Slide 17, please. Community appearance criteria has been met. Next, please. Sustainable bonus incentive program criteria has been met. Next. Outdoor storage industrial criteria has been met. Next. I would like to jump to slide 23, please. This is a copy. I wanted to rebut a few issues raised by Mr. Hyatt. This is an email from myself to my client on October 19th, outlining the lengthy conversation I had with Mr. Hyatt regarding our project. Mr. Hyatt indicated, and as you can read it in the email, there was no point in me meeting with them because he would never support the project, and that his interests were in having a larger project, which would increase his property values. Mr. Hyatt has 2 properties in the Boutwell Industrial Park. Slide 24, please. This is the email that I sent to Mr. Hyatt on December 4th, which he referenced in his comments, asking him what his the nature of his objections were. And then slide 25 is Mr. Hyatt's December 5th response that indicates that they don't want our type of mess on their western border. Slide 26, please. This is an email from Mr. Baird, who Mr. Hyatt says is his attorney. When I spoke to Mr. Baird indicated that he did not represent Mr. Hyatt. In this email, Mr. Baird is requesting that we postpone this January 6th meeting so that we could meet with Mr. Hyatt after January 6th. And this was done on December 30th. I informed Mr. Baird at the time that I would meet with his client and other interested parties at any time, any place before 6 p.m. on January 6th. I have attempted to coordinate with Mr. Hyatt on this project since October 19th and have been rejected with every request. If you go to slide 27, please. This is Mr. Hyatt's northern property at 3694 23rd Avenue. He's 254 feet from our project. At that distance, the noise of any noise heard from our forklifts would have the same intensity as a refrigerator running. Slide 28, please. This is Mr. Hyatt's southern property at 3694 23rd Avenue. The photo off to the right, looking through the chain link fence, is the backyard of Eastern Metals, as seen from the property line of Mr. Hyatt's property. As you can see, there's storage of metals back there. This is quite similar to the use that he's objecting to. Additionally, this property is scheduled for a special magistrate hearing on January 28th, 21st for case number 20-390 for unresolved code enforcement issues. Slide 29, please. This is the notice of special magistrate for Mr. Hyatt's code enforcement hearing. Slide 30. This is an email from Code Enforcement Officer Hicks confirming that the violations were outstanding as of yesterday, January 5th, 2021. Slide 32, please. Mr. Hyatt also refutes receiving notice from us. As you can see on the screen, this is the stamped certification of mailing from the post office for both of Mr. Hyatt's properties, the ones located at 3694 and 3599 23rd Avenue. Mailings were sent for both the December 2nd hearing and the January 6th hearing, and they were sent as required by law to the address on file with the Palm Beach County property appraisers, which you can clearly see it was. Okay, if you could jump back to slide 20, please. DOCA's request complies with the required findings and criteria. Your approval will bring a state-of-the-art facility to Boutwell Industrial Park. It will bring a good neighbor to the community, and it will bring jobs to the region. Also, I might remind you that staff has indicated that we comply with all requirements for your approval, and they recommend approval. We appreciate you supporting staff in that position. Thank you. And our team is here to answer questions, and I hope I'll be given time to rebut any questions or comments that come up after me. Our slide 21, please. Okay, so these are our team members that are here to answer questions. Louis Goldberg, which you already heard from. Jairus Wright is our Southeast Regional Manager. George Balaban, our engineer. Adam Kerr, our traffic engineer. Jonathan High, our landscape architect. Unfortunately, Jamie Mayo could not be here this evening, but we do have Manuel Rodriguez, architect, myself, and Neil Schiller.
All right, thank you. Staff, a procedural question for you then, or perhaps Madam Attorney, if you will. We do have our order that we would typically go through, given the challenges that we have conducting the meeting this way. Shall we continue along to the affected parties for their presentations and come back? Is that the preferred method?
Yes, if you have questions, I would ask that you write them all down. You will be given an opportunity a little bit later to ask questions of the applicant, the affected parties, or of staff. So yes, let's please move on to the affected parties so that they can make their presentations as well.
So we'll take the affected parties one at a time, and we'll start with Mr. Dan Hyatt. Staff, if you can open up for Mr. Hyatt, please.
If we could promote Mr. Hyatt.
Been added.
And I believe Mr. Hyatt has the right to also ask questions of the applicant's team. So if we can keep the applicant's team promoted as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. One thing I'm going to ask, if you would, please, with the challenges of these meetings, for those that are promoted and we can hear you, if you would kindly keep it muted so we don't have any background noise jumping in until you speak. That would be much appreciated. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hyatt, when you're ready, please go ahead.
How much time do I have for this first part?
10 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have owned those buildings back there for 30 years, and we have the industrial park, as you know, and we've all been out there, major owners and stuff like that. This request project that we fought so vigorously, it's still just a recycling center. It is going to be bringing dirty, filthy, large trucks in there down 7th Avenue, which is a small area. They're going to be bringing it back in there, an open area building that they're saying that are larger than all the Marlin industrial buildings, 30 foot tall. And they're going to be cleaning and pressure cleaning and blowing all this sand and cement and everything out there. And it's not fitting in the light industrial zoning. The on-site work is not contained. It's not anything to do with anything that's going on around there except pressure cleaning, scraping metal, getting old. Anybody that's on that board has probably seen a form when it gets pulled off a tie beam. I've been in this business for 40 years and I know the dust and the dirt and all that stuff. The two projects that they have that I took the time to investigate do not reflect any way, shape, or form of what the actual operation looks like. I asked the staff if any of them had taken the time to ride the 46 minutes down to Pompano and look at that facility down there. It's a giant mud pit along the Tri-Rail rail station, surrounded on one area by a bunch of industrial and west of 95. This location, as everybody knows, has been an area that has had soil contaminants in it for the last 30 years. We need somebody to come in there to demuck this site and to build a bunch of industrial buildings on there where we can get some tax base and some revenue coming in for the city. This property they're going to build a couple lean-tos on is never going to generate any tax base compared to what it could be if it was properly developed. But they put it on the market as a discount, and people that want to basically build this type of outside basically structures that are non-load bearing, they can just unload bear the footers and just build the building there. So what we need is, this is basically a site plan where they're planning on covering up the dump instead of demucking the property properly and building the good buildings on it. And basically all it really boils down to is a truck stop and a garage. If you look at it carefully, they've got very small buildings on it. You're going to have no tax base, nothing but a nuisance. I'm really getting the charge out of, they're going to put this runway behind all of our buildings, bring all their semis on the eastern side. Yeah, if you got 254 foot between my building and their building, I guess they're going to need that to store all that junk. 6 foot fence is going to cover up a 30-foot building. And I really believe if you would, when I'm through with this, is you would ask the staff the same question that I did. Did anybody really go down and look at any of their operations like I did? Anybody go on Google Earth and look at the one in New Jersey where it looks like a cesspool? This is a situation where the minute that they get in there, they're going to do whatever they want. And then it's going to be an enforcement issue from there on. So I think the first thing we need to find out, did staff actually go look at one of their locations? I don't think so, because they wouldn't have recommended it. The next thing I want to go to, this big issue, is jobs. On these multi-unit buildings that I own that are 15 to 20,000 foot apiece, we got 10 or 15 small businesses in each one of them. They create a tax base. They create income. They create jobs. I've got 1 acre sites there, 4 of them, that they got 50 jobs in each one, 50, 60 jobs in a 15,000 foot building. They're talking about taking the last piece of prime commercial industrial real estate in Lake Worth and building a public nuisance. The building segments, the open building where they're going to have their truck stop garage, is larger than the other buildings in the area. You know, the property up on the corner sat there for 20 years. All you all know where the Goodwill is. And so that property sat there for 20 years because Arvin Lynn would never demuck it. A big company got in there, built 250,000 square feet of property on it. It's a beautifully designed building. And it's got the biggest tax base of anything in the city of Lake Worth. And there's probably 400 people working in there. You all know, everybody on the board know where the Goodwill building is. And they beautified Botwell. We finally got that $5 million grant. And now all of a sudden we're going to put a recycling center back there. I don't know how many of y'all were on the board before, but somebody tried that on us a couple of years ago. They come in here, buy the property at a discount, and then turn around. And because it's all full of organic material, it needs like a 6 foot demucking. That's what affects the values. So everybody looks at the property, thinks it's not worth anything, thinks they're getting a good deal, and they find out when they can't demuck it. The only reason they want to put that pond down in the bottom is because that's where there's a lot of refuse they got to take out, and that will give them the green space on the 10 acre requirement in order to build the nasty part up behind us. Outside work area is not going to contain the dust and the dirt and all the refuse and the oil and all. When you clean a concrete or a steel form, you first saturate it with a petroleum-based product. You loosen up all the concrete, then you run a bunch of chipping hammers and stuff to clean them all up. And all that stuff, by their own admission, is going to be shown is done outside. You know, what are we going to do when we get a east or southeast wind, which we have all the time, and they blow all of that stuff over in those 50 or 100 low-income residents across the canal. It's a very low job thing for 10 acres. And I would implore everybody, before we make a decision on this, to go to the Pompano plant and go to the plant in New Jersey. I can furnish you the information and take a look about how their operation really runs. You know, and by the way, I know this lady's accused me of having code enforcement issues. Code enforcement issues, she scanned through those real quick. My properties are based on one thing. The inspectors in Lake Worth haven't been able to do their inspections, interior inspections, because of the COVID. We have all those people on there. If you look back, if she would put those slides back up, you would see they're all, my tenants haven't got an inspection and haven't got their annual thing, which the city itself suspended interior inspections. So that's where that issue, the smear on the code enforcement, comes from. All y'all know me, you've seen my buildings, you know what they look like. The Keller Canal, which is right on their western border, I'm glad they're putting the trucks over on my side, because the Keller Canal is the tributary waterway from the Lake Clark Shores chain of lakes into the Lake Osborne lakes, and it goes on to Lake Ida. Anybody that's been around here a long time knows that. That's the whole water supply, the freshwater lake water supply for all those recreational things, all the birds that are coming there and everything that's going on there. And this property has a 30-foot easement between it. If you flip back to their site plan and take a look at it, you'll see that giant building. If we get a hurricane, maybe it'll go in the Keller Canal, I don't know. And the other thing I'm thinking about is with these hurricane issues, one thing I will agree with, I saw on their slides, is there's a tremendous amount of loose building materials floating all over all their sites. Do the clean sites have it? What are we going to do when we get in hurricane season and that stuff's blowing all over the neighborhood? Yeah, this is a great project. It would be great in St. Lucie County. It would be great in Indian River County, one of those less density. It would probably be good on our western communities. But to jam it right up against I-95, up against the Keller Canal, up against that residential, and because somebody wants to sell this piece of property because there's a little bit of muck in it. You all know the name Arvin Lynn. Arvin Lynn held on to that 20 acres and thwarted this park for 20 years because he wasn't capitalized enough to demuck it. Somebody needs to go in there, spend a couple $100,000 demucking the project, and then build a bunch of nice buildings in there. So the city, that property is buildable for about 150,000 square feet of buildings, which would create a multi-million-dollar tax base. And we're going to turn it into a truck stop? Come on. That's all this is we're going to have diesel engines in there taken apart and rebuilding them and all that stuff. That's what the plot plan says. I studied it. And I also asked the staff if any of them bothered to go down to Pompano to see what's really going on. Maybe one of them could fly up to New Jersey and look what's going on there. This is the last nice parcel of land in the back of the industrial park. And this use is just absurd for that.
All right. Does that conclude your presentation, Mr. Hyatt?
I think that's all for now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to have up George Garamy. All right, Mr. Garamy, you ready?
Yes.
All right, good. If you would kindly keep it to 10 minutes.
All right. Good evening, Chairman, board members, and staff and applicants. My name is George Garamy. I've got a piece of property on 7th Avenue North in the Marlin Industrial Park, and I also represent the Marlin Industrial Park Association, Owners Association, as their president. After looking at this proposal, I went online and did a lot of Google Earth. I actually looked at every one of the U.S. operations and noticed that most of them were not consistent with that video of the Illinois location. As a matter of fact, when you look at these satellite images, you can see all sorts of cement dust around all the forms and pipes and everything that's stored outside. The only place that you don't see all this cement dust is where the trucks actually drive. So what's happening is all this cement dust is getting carried out into our side streets. In addition to that, when they show up, these trucks and forms have this light cement dust chips, which are just part of the process of carrying cement. So we had some concerns with the dust issue and where is all the runoff going to go? I didn't see anywhere in that video how these forms are cleaned. All I saw was some nice stored equipment, which looked good, but it's like I said, it's not consistent with the satellite images of most of the larger operations similar in scope to this proposal. In addition to the cement dust, I think there's going to be an enormous traffic impact, considering the fact that this facility is going to serve the entire state of Florida. Initially, I was told there would be 10 trucks a day. I can't imagine only 10 trucks a day coming in from the entire state of Florida, especially if we're having a building boom, which, as you all know, we have about 1,000 people a day moving into Florida. So I think the traffic impact would be enormous as well, considering that 10th Avenue is already a nightmare. Getting onto 10th from Boutwell is practically impossible. And getting onto Boutwell from 7th, once Boutwell is completed, will be fairly difficult. So that's another issue that we're kind of concerned about. And not just myself, also the Marlin Industrial Park, which is affected by this. Then again, I know that Ms. Reeves pointed out that Eastern Metals has outside storage. Well, they do, but every time a hurricane comes, they take every single bit of it inside. I've been there for over 20 years and I've seen it. Now, you guys have most of your property, from my calculation, is about 2.5 acres of outside storage. That's a lot of material that can become flying debris during a hurricane. Is that going to be taken in? Is it going to be strapped down? That's one of my concerns as well. And then also, as Dan had mentioned before, the underutilization of the property. I think it is incumbent on the city of Lake Worth to try to get the most bang for their buck out of this property. And it's probably being developed, or with this proposal, less than half of its potential. So those are my main concerns here. And then once again, what happens to all this runoff if you're pressure cleaning? Is it contained on the site? Is it treated on site? Because I do recall reading something about discharging in the canal. What's the discharge? Stormwater or treated water? So those are pretty much my concerns. You know, initially I was told 10 trucks a day, but I just can't see that. And one more thing on your, I believe, proposal, to the north of your proposed development, there is also housing, which is not built yet, but it's already been approved. I don't know how many units are approved there, but it's a fairly large apartment complex, which will be to the southwest of the new hotel that's being put in now. So based on all of my findings, I would object to this plan on my behalf, as well as the associations.
All right, thank you. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, your testimony, actually. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Garamy. Moving along now to Christina Morrison.
Board and staff members and guests. My name is Christina Morrison. I'm a commercial realtor and certified property manager, and I manage the Marlin Marlin Commerce Center Condominium Association, which lies directly to the east of the development. The property
Christina, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Aren't we supposed to see her also?
Yeah. Staff, are you able to get her promoted? We also can't see Christina.
She's on screen for whatever reason. We're having a hard time seeing her. You're having a hard time seeing her in chambers. So
P and Z, if you just mute kind of while she's talking, that should help.
Shall I continue?
Ms. Morrison, if you can start over, just make sure you're speaking into your microphone clearly, because I think that's what is being lost.
Okay. Again, my name is Christina Morrison. I'm a commercial realtor and certified property manager in Palm Beach County, and I manage the Marlin Commerce Center, which lies directly to the east of this proposed development. There are several objections to this development, which I've stated before and I will state again. The application states that there will be 104,342 square feet of outdoor storage to be located to the east of the proposed buildings as an accessory use. I don't understand how an accessory use can be considered when it's twice the size of the building being used for outdoor storage. Our concern is that this outdoor storage is directly adjacent to our Marlin Commerce Center, which is a very clean 21st century light industrial business park that we work very hard to keep clean and neat. And to have outdoor storage of that size is very, very concerning, directly bordering our property. We don't understand what's going to be stored there. It hasn't been disclosed. We know that outdoor storage sometimes turns into debris, trash, cleaning runoff, refuse, and other dirty things that will definitely negatively affect our property. So we vehemently object to that size of outdoor storage, especially when you're calling it an accessory use when it's twice the size of the proposed building. Please do not permit this. The applicant has not disclosed the following details which may adversely affect our and other surrounding properties. What exactly are the activities that will be done on this property? The attorney has disclosed that they will be cleaning on that site, cleaning debris off of the construction equipment. She states that only water will be used for this, but it's still washing off dirty concrete and other refuse. And where will that be stored? Where will it run off to? Will it negatively affect our water supply in the canal? All of these are open issues that really need to be addressed before this can be approved. Additionally, on other sites, chemicals are used to clean, and we don't quite understand how she can state that chemicals will not be used on this site. Why is this site different? And how will that contaminate the property and the surrounding properties, and how can that contamination be precluded and avoided before it even starts? Our concern joins George's and Dan's with the dust and the dirt. What's that? How much of that's going to be created, and how is it going to be controlled to stay within their property and not negatively affect our properties, which are directly adjoining, and the businesses that we house in our properties? How much noise is going to be generated from this proposed operation of cleaning and metal and everything that's going to go on there? These are all open issues that haven't really been addressed, and they aren't addressed in the conditions that the city has placed on this development. Additionally, The proposal substantially underdevelops this site, as has been noted before, and limits the property's ability to generate substantially more taxation for our city, which is greatly needed. Our city needs all the taxable base that it can, and to underdevelop this site would be a travesty for our city. Because of these unclear issues, the conditional use application should be denied, since the development does not meet the criteria for granting of a conditional use in the city of Lake Worth Beach. The area of the Park of Commerce to the west of Boutwell Road is composed of all clean businesses that are quiet, non-impactful, and generally compatible. The proposed development as presented will bring dirt, noise, and other negative impacts to this area, which is not ideal for this area of the Park of Commerce or for the city. As such, please deny this application. Thank you for allowing us to speak.
P&Z, if you can unmute.
Someone.
Oh, okay.
Will I have a chance to rebut those comments?
Yes, you will. We'll get to that part as well.
Thank you.
We're going to go to public comments and public comment cards to be read into the record.
Mr. Chairman, we actually need to give the applicant time to ask questions. That would the applicant have. Oh, no, am I wrong? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay. So we're going to continue with that, and then we're going to come back to that. So public comment cards, please.
Sherry, could you, are you at a microphone?
All right, you're unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Famous words, right? Okay, so we have three actually. We have one from a Carolyn Zara, and she is against the project, and the reason being is she has concerns related to preventing or minimizing adverse impacts to the surrounding area, which is the property on the western border. Rehabilitation and redevelopment of the designated brownfield area need more detail in protecting the natural environment and wildlife. How will the wildlife be impacted? How will the canal and the wildlife in the canal and near it be affected, and runoff in the canal? Has the environmental impact been fully studied? Will the company be regularly maintaining what is left of the brownfield? And noise pollution, how will this be monitored and controlled so that it is not overwhelming to the neighborhood? Will there be bright lights at night and its impact on our particular neighborhood and the wildlife there? Has this been studied and considered? Water runoff and maintenance and control of, there was an analysis, but I have concerns. It shows a 6-foot high precast concrete wall along the southern and eastern boundaries. What about the west boundaries? States also proposed. Is this only a proposal for the west side? Additional tree landscaping along the 6-foot high precast wall is also proposed along the western property line to provide buffering of the site from the existing single-family residences to the west. Do they have an obligation to minimize the impact on the west boundary? How will this be addressed? So there is not enough info explaining or describing such a proposed wall and the possible tree landscaping. Will this be unsightly for the neighborhood? How would it be maintained and how often? I am concerned the company may ask for additional expansion of the facility at a later date and ask for and be granted more exceptions or exemptions, which may not be compatible with the environment and may be of greater impact to the neighborhood. I have a letter from Mr. Geronimo Hirschfeld. He's the president of One Real Estate Investment. His interest is for the Oakwood Apartments, which are located to the south of the property, of the subject property. And please let this letter serve as written objection for the record with regards to the proposed distribution facility at 2209 7th Avenue North. As the owners of Oakwood Apartments, the property directly adjacent to the proposed sites, we have been continuously working to revitalize the area, improve the neighborhood, and evoke a heightened sense of community. We are strongly opposed to the approval of any permitting for construction of a distribution facility at this location, as it will effectively reverse the work that has been done for the community and propel the neighborhood in the wrong direction. Our main concern, in addition to the devastating effect on the community, is the numerous disturbances that are associated with a distribution facility. This facility will be less than 400 feet from where our residents and their families sleep, eat, and expect to continue their quiet enjoyment of the unit they pay for. There will be constant disruption from both the coming and goings of trucks, as well as loading and unloading of whatever is to be distributed. As there is not likely sufficient lighting, there will be added bright lights, which will create additional light pollution. And finally, with the parade of commercial trucks that will be idling less than 400 feet from where our residents live, there are health hazards that must be considered. Oakwood Apartments has continued to make major strides in the several years, attracting families, students, and young professionals alike. The community houses honest and hardworking residents of Lake Worth who take pride in their neighborhood and their residents. We ask that you consider the community and the inhabitants that will be forced to deal with the repercussions of approving a distribution facility at this location. And the last is from Elise Crone, 402 Elizabeth Road, Lake Worth Beach, Florida. She is against the proposal, and she has concerns that have not been addressed so far as to the impact this will have on the residential neighborhood to the west of the property across the E3 canal. Intensity level. Initially, the project was described to me as a repair facility for concrete forms, which is a different type of facility than this company currently operates in Pompano. And yet they are talking about loading 10 to 15 trucks a day, which is making it sound more like the facility in Pompano. What is the difference in intensity level between these two sites? And how do we know this site won't evolve into the type of site that Pompano is? Noise level. Repairs are said to be done inside the building. Will warehouse doors be open or closed while the many industrial saws in the plan drawings are operating? What is the decibel level of the saws outside the building with the warehouse doors open and with the doors closed? How many will be operating at one time? Forklift operations and backup beepers are known to be extremely loud, and yet the sound engineer claims it will sound like a quiet library is operating on the property. That seems extremely hard to believe and comes off as a bit of a red flag to me, and it's distortion of the truth. And it makes me wonder what other distortions of the truth may be contained within the proposal and the letters from the company to the concerned public. Pollutants and wastewater runoff into the canal. I was happy to read there were no chemicals to be used in the washing of the equipment. However, concrete wastewater in itself is a type of chemical known to be highly acidic in waterways. How much concrete, dust, and waste will be washed off into the retaining pond and ultimately into the canal and Lake Osborne? Because rainwater polluted with concrete wastewater, wash water can percolate down through the soil and alter the soil chemistry, inhibit plant growth, and contaminate the groundwater, and its high pH can increase the toxicity of other substances in the surface waters and soils. What mitigating factors has this plan put in place to assure the quality of the land and water of the E3 canal and Lake Osborne? And that's it, just those three. We did have, I will mention that previous to this this meeting, we had these were comments that were submitted at the previous prior to the previous meeting, prior to the December meeting. It was a letter from Dan Hyatt, from George Garamy, from Christina Morrison, and Elise Crone. We had comments from them submitted prior to the December meeting as well. They have been, since Mr. Garamy's, I believe, has been superseded by his participation, as well as Christina Morrison's and Elise with her newly revised comments that we received today. That's it.
Aaron and Sherry, this is Keith. Sherry, Seth just did a public comment card, Seth Malamud, that's in the meeting. I don't know if it was a read into record comment. I don't know if you got the email. I don't know if that's.
We can promote him and have him speak, read his public comment card into the record. And I believe Mr. Pouncey also wants to speak. He was represented by Christina Morrison, but if he wants 3 minutes to speak on as part of public comment as well, then we can do that.
Okay, I'm gonna bring over Mr. Pouncey first, and then we'll get to Mr. Malamud.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah, thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to speak this evening. I was under the assumption I would have that opportunity, but at the last minute I was being overlooked. So disregard the quick emails that I've been sending out. But anyway, thank you very much to Planning and Zoning Board and Mr. Chairperson and all the people from the DOCOM- section, as well as George and everybody else. This has been a real enlightening time, and I understand I only have 3 minutes to speak and not 10 like everybody else. So first of all, there's 2 entities affected by this proposed site plan. Besides a Marlin Industrial Park and George Garamy, the president, I too am the president of the Marlin Commerce Center Condominium Association adjacent to the open field area being proposed. Very large opportunities there for unsightliness. I believe the proposed building at 31-foot height and everything else about this is not going to be conducive for property values. Therefore, I'm in disagreement with the continuance of this site plan. Wasn't real pleased to see Lisa Reeves smear Mr. Hyatt earlier with some of the legal stuff that normally goes on, but I think Mr. Hyatt did a good job in stating his reason for the infractions. The 6-foot precast wall that they're proposing to put around doesn't go around the whole property. The part that that exists between that property and Marlin Condominium Association appears to be only a chain link fence of 6 foot. Don't think that's going to be satisfactory since we are a 2-story condominium. We have office windows up that area that I don't think we want to be entertaining any of our clients to look at the unsightliness of a storing these pallets of material and supplies. Also, the video shown by DOCA is impressionable from an internal point for their operations, but I don't think it really reflects the businesses and the residential communities around these areas. And nor do I understand why the picture was not supplied by Ms. Reeves in her use of site plan proposed earlier. They did not include a picture of the Pompano operations. I'm also concerned about the environmental issues, noise, site, and the canalway that's adjacent to their proposed sites. Very, very important waterways, freshwater ways that we think about all the time. I just say that I don't think this is going to be conducive for all the businesses that are in my particular association, nor for the Marlin Industrial Park. And I ask the board to please deny this particular site plan at this time. I'm sure, like Christina said, we could come up with far more lucrative tax businesses for this particular area. Thank you very much for entertaining my little input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, give me one moment, and I'm going to bring over Mr. Malamud. Okay.
Hi, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for sending in a comment card. I don't know the proper procedures for how to raise my hand in a Zoom hearing such as this. I don't particularly, and I did note that I object to this plan, but I don't I don't know that I do. I just don't know that there's enough information that's been made available. I look at the planner's memorandum raising certain criteria and then elucidating on why he believes them to be satisfied. And I think that there is a lot of detail that appears to be missing there. My company owns almost 100 million square feet of industrial real estate. This is not something that should be forced through. There should be environmental studies done. There should be traffic studies done. There should be responses to public comment on potential chemicals being cleared off of these concrete forms when they're being cleaned. And it's entirely, DOCA is a massive organization. They have dozens of these properties, maybe 100 of them. I don't know. They've got good counsel. They may have this information. I just don't know that the public has seen it, and I don't know that the board has seen it. And so I would respectfully request that the board consider requesting additional materials from the applicant to be responsive to the questions, the concerns that have been raised by the public here and the affected parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Is that it? Anyone?
I believe that's it. If anybody who is an attendee who wishes to make a public comment, if you could raise your hand. Obviously, if you're part of the applicant's team, there'll be time for that later. But if you're a resident or citizen who wishes to make a public comment, we just have a huge panelist and attendee list this round, so just bear with us, Mr. Chair. I apologize.
No problem.
It appears we have no additional public comments. Sherry, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, so moving into our cross-examination portion. We'll start with, does the city have questions for the applicant or affected parties they wish to have addressed at this time?
The city does not.
Okay. Moving on to the applicant. Does the applicant have any questions for city staff or affected parties?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good evening. My name is Neil Schiller with the law firm Massal, Ewing, Arnstein, and Lair, co-counsel with Ms. Reeves representing DOCA here tonight. I've got several questions, not only for staff, but for some of our team, if you will so allow, so we can address a lot of the issues that the affected parties have raised in the hearing, if I may do so.
Please.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to first speak to staff, Mr. Meyer, and basically ask him, Mr. Meyer, isn't it true that this property is industrial? It's an industrial zoning and industrial land use.
Property has a zoning designation of IPOC, which is our Industrial Park of Commerce zoning district, and it has a future land use of industrial.
Thank you. And Mr. Meyer, you've reviewed all of the applications, all of the studies submitted by my client, and you have concluded that we meet and or exceed all of the required criteria for approval tonight, correct?
Staff did review the application and we found it consistent with the city's land development regulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Meyer. Mr. Chair, I'd like to now talk to Mr. Goldberg and Mr. Jared Wright from DOCA to clear up some issues with dust and runoff and operations, if I may do so, sir.
Please.
Thank you. Mr. Goldberg, great to see you and Happy New Year. Can you explain a little bit, or you or Mr. Wright, can you explain your operation with related to dust, with related to cleaning off of the forms and what you use to clean off of the forms?
I would like you to open up Jared's mic and video so he can speak to this clearly.
Thank you. And just for the record, Jared is the Southeast Operations Director for DOCA, correct?
Correct.
Great. Oh, he was on. There he is.
Jared, you just got to unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, Jared. Thank
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. So Jared, you've heard, I know you've been paying attention, you've heard some of the concerns related to dust, related to noise, traffic, how we clean and how we clean the forms. So walk us, if you wouldn't mind, walking us through what the dust issues are, how you clean the forms, etc. Very briefly.
I run two facilities. One is the owned facility in Atlanta and one in Pompano Beach that I oversee. The dust that's being referred to in Pompano Beach, we are next to a vacant land. When it rains and floods, all the dirt and everything runs in there and builds up on the asphalt. It's a constant problem that we have. With regards to the formwork, it comes in, it has concrete on it. We have a heavy duty pressure washer that's done indoors in our Atlanta facility and our own facilities. Everything falls into the ground of the drainage system that we have that can either be a recyclinator or be discharged as per the local codes.
Jared, let's talk about Pompano real quick. What's the difference between the Pompano facility and this facility that we're proposing?
Night and day. Pompano is a leased facility that is way below our standards and our means. This is the entire process. We've been trying to locate a facility and build something that we and our employees are proud of, so that we can work inside in the environment. Everything's exposed in Pompano. It's a nightmare. It's nothing like the Atlanta facility and how we like to operate.
And you heard there was some testimony from the affected party that they went on to Google Earth and they looked at your New Jersey facility. Can you talk a little bit about the New Jersey facility and how that relates to the Pompano facility, or not Pompano, to this proposed facility?
Once again, that is not a DOCA owned facility. That's a facility that is leased, that we found a piece of property that suited the needs at the time, but trying to find land that we can build and develop in New York is a lot more difficult than down in the South.
Sure. Jared, let me ask another question. We talked a little bit about there was a hurricane plan. There's a concern about having all of our forms in the yard or outdoor storage. What happens? You have the facility in Pompano, so we've been through hurricanes. What happens to the outdoor storage yard? What is your hurricane plan?
We usually prep the job sites, shut down and tie down on the job sites a day or two before, obviously, the storm is coming. We move everything that's lightweight and loose that could possibly be anything that's returned inside the facilities, or take heavier structures and put on top of it. The majority of our equipment that's stored outside is well in excess of 100 pounds, so it's not very easily to fly. We have not had any issues with the 4 hurricanes that have come through with any of our product being scattered all over town.
Great. Thank you so much, Jared. Now, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to talk to or question Mr. George Balaban, our engineer from Kimley Horn, to talk about drainage. That's a major issue that I think all of the affected parties have raised, and I want Mr. Balaban to be able to testify to that.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you so much. I'll wait for him to, oh, there he is. Hey, Mr. Balaban, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. So you heard some of the comments about drainage from the affected parties and the concern of the potential concrete or watered down concrete going into the canal, into the water system. Sure. Give us your expert opinion about the drainage.
Absolutely. So this particular facility will have over 2,000 linear feet of extraction trench, basically throughout the property, on all over the property. And prior to going to the lake system, will further provide water quality for the entire site prior to discharge into the canal. So there's more than sufficient amount of drainage for this particular facility, and will require to be to get permits from Lake Worth Drainage District as well as South Florida Water Management District, and meet all requirements.
Thank you. And that's my second follow-up question, Mr. Balaban. You have met with South Florida Water Management District. They have jurisdiction over the canal and they have approved the project, signed off on the project?
We've met with South Florida Water Management District as well as Lake Worth Drainage District and discussed this project and discussed the requirements. And we have not submitted for permitting as we're waiting for tonight's hearing to do so. After tonight's hearing, we would submit.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Balaban. Mr. Chair, I would now like to question Mr. Adam Kerr, our traffic engineer from Kimley Horn.
By all means.
Thank you so much, sir. I don't see, is Adam on? I don't think he's on just yet.
Just give us a second. We'll
Yeah,
make sure that he's over.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the name. Could it be under a?
It's okay. It's okay. I don't need to ask him questions. I'm going to ask Mr. Jared Wright if he's still available. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, to do this to you, but I'll ask Mr. Wright.
No problem.
Thank you, Jared. Jared, we talked, there was some discussion about truck traffic in the facilities. Can you briefly describe the truck traffic that exists at Pompano, exists in Atlanta, and what you anticipate will happen here?
On average, we move 10 trucks a day, usually 5 to 6 out, 4 come in. It could be, I think today in Atlanta, it was 7 trucks. In Pompano, it was 9 trucks. It could fluctuate upwards of 15, but that's about the most we could physically load, unload in a day's work with the crews that we have.
So that's a very good point. So you physically with your crews can only load a maximum of 15 trucks a day.
Yeah, it takes 45 minutes to pretty much unload, load a truck. So if you do the math, 45 minutes per truck, 10 to 15 trucks, that's a full working day with 2 crews loading and unloading.
So, there was made a mention that we're going to be the hub for the state of Florida, and there's a huge building boom. And tell me how you deal with everybody from the state of Florida. Is it still the same 15 trucks?
Yeah, this is what we've been doing for the last 5-7 years out of first Davie, then Pompano. It's not the entire state of Florida because the Panhandle we service closer from our Atlanta facility. So it's mostly Tampa, Orlando, Central Florida, South that we service.
And Mr. Wright, how long have you been with the company?
I've been here for 18 years.
Great. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to have Mr. Wright be identified as an expert witness in the operations of DOCA. I saw that Mr. Kerr has joined us. Thank you so much, Mr. Kerr.
Sorry about that.
You reviewed the proposed traffic statement and study for this project. Can you give us your expert opinion as to whether or not the proposed traffic is going to cause any traffic issues on the related roadways?
Sure. The traffic study was prepared for this use, approximately 10,000 square feet of office and approximately 27,000 square feet of warehouse and the outdoor storage. And based off of the trips that will generate using the approved rates that are approved by both Palm Beach County and City of Lake Worth Beach, it will not be a significant amount of traffic on the roadway network. And in addition, it's part of the Lake Worth Park of Commerce, TCEA, which is a transportation concurrency exception area, which means that any impacts have already been accounted for in this area.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Kerr. Mr. Chair, I have one more cross-examination question, and that is for Mr. Hyatt.
Okay.
And while, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, while we bring Mr. Hyatt online, I would just like to point out for the record that all of the evidence provided to you tonight has been through competent and substantial evidence, which is the standard for evidence in a quasi-judicial proceeding. That competent, substantial evidence is not only expressed through all of the testimony you've heard from our expert witnesses, including Ms. Reeves, but also the staff report. which is commonly referred to as competent substantial evidence in quasi-judicial hearings. I see Mr. Hyatt has joined us. Good evening, Mr. Hyatt. Isn't it true that we spoke on the phone earlier in this week, Monday afternoon?
That's correct.
Yes. And in our conversation, we talked about your concerns about the project, your objections about the project. And isn't it true that I agreed to meet with you either before this meeting or after this meeting, along with my client?
Don't try to leave me like that. Here's what happened. You called me Monday, 2 days before the hearing. I suggested a postponement. I said, we'll spend all the time that we want with you reviewing these issues that are coming up here now at the hearing. And we take all the time needed. You called your boss and you said he disagreed with postponing the things so we could do a thorough research on this. And that was the last of our conversation. You said you
Isn't it, excuse me, Mr. Hyatt, isn't it true that I offered to meet with you up until this meeting and even after this meeting? That's all I'm asking you.
No.
All right, well, respectfully, Mr. Hyatt, that isn't true, what you're saying, because I did offer to meet with you. And let me ask you.
When did you call me?
I called you Monday.
All right, so Monday you called me. No, I called you.
You can cross-examine me when it's your turn, but this is my turn now. And I have one more question for you. Isn't it true, and by the way, cross-examination is leading, but isn't it true that you previously objected to projects on this site?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I am I am done with cross-examination. I really thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Will that be it for the applicant? Is there any more members of the applicant's team speaking at the moment? Can't hear you.
I got unmuted. That is it for the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
How about my rebuttal?
Well, let us get through the program, please. Do the affected parties have any questions for the applicant or city staff? And Mr. Hyatt, we'll go ahead and lead with you since we can already see you.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
I would like to ask the whole staff offering all these opinions on this stuff, if anybody, while they were working in a form of working on this file, if anybody on the entire staff from Mr. Waters all the way down to the group, did anybody take the time to drive down to Pompano 38 minutes and look at that place?
Is it 38 minutes or 48 minutes?
Doesn't matter. Depends on the traffic.
Staff did not do a site visit to the Pompano location.
Nobody did a site visit, correct? Nobody on the Lake Worth staff did a site visit, is that correct?
Yes, staff did not do a site visit to the Pompano location. We
Okay.
reviewed the project based on the submittal.
Did anybody on the staff take the initiative, like Mr. Garamy, and look up several of these sites and do an extensive study on Google Earth where you can focus down to see what kind of cars in the parking lot? Did anybody do that?
So we reviewed the information presented by the applicant, the site plan, the landscape plan, parking study, the traffic study, the traffic letter, and all the technical requirements. And we made our determination based on the data and analysis submitted by the applicant.
Okay, this next question I have for the staff is, was anybody aware how long this industrial park has been in the city of Lake Worth as opposed to the county?
I believe most of it was actually, this is William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. I believe most of it was actually annexed into the city in the 2004 to 2006 range.
Right, that's correct. It was about 2006. And is anybody aware that it was in the county for a major portion of its whole life, that it was developed in the county zoning, the Treasure Coast Planning Board, everybody there granted this PUD on this industrial park as a light industrial service oriented park? Did anybody in the city know that? The spiel they gave us when they annexed us in was nothing was going to change. We're going to be protected from these type of uses and all that stuff. And so what I'm asking, I know Lake Worth's got its own light industrial zoning. But if you look at the original plat and you look at the setbacks and you look at the land use there, it had restrictions on everything for us to get this plat approved back in the late 80s that I was part of the whole development. So the bottom line, I understand now because we've been annexed, there's a little bit different description of the zoning, you know, and it's always been light industrial. I have a list of tenants that we have in there. We have electrical people, we have antique restorations, we got plumbers, we got carpet layers, we've got all kinds of service, high job service people in there that are contributing to the city of Lake Worth, that live there, that work there. And, you know, to have 10 acres and put 10 trucks in there a day and have a building where that's 10 acres is 450,000 square feet. They're talking about putting 36,000 square foot of building on it. That means all we're going to have is a flying Taggart truck stop there. But instead of pumping gas, they're going to be pumping concrete everywhere. I don't know. I've just, you know, I think a lot of you people on the board were on the board a couple of years ago when we rebuked the last recycling center. I don't even know why the board's approving this.
Board hasn't taken any action yet. The board's having a hearing.
I'm talking about the staff.
Thank you for clarifying.
If I may clarify, Chairman of the board, prior to August of 2013, the zoning in this area was low traffic generating industrial. That did include a large variety of uses that were much more intensive and intrusive than what we are allowed to do now. The new zoning was created called Industrial Park of Commerce, went through 3 years of review while I was here. I arrived in 2010, the end of it, and was adopted. The whole area was rezoned August of 2013. That zoning has been in place since.
Thank you for the additional information, Mr. Waters. Mr. Hyatt, do you have further questions for the cross-examination?
Yes, I would like to interview Lisa Reeves.
After we have Ms. Reeves promoted.
Ms. Reeves has been promoted. Mr. Hyatt may ask his question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you pull up that screen you had with all my code violations on there?
Andrew, would you pull up slide 30, please?
Yes, give me a moment.
I'm going to read this out loud. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 29.
This one's good. I'll take this one.
Okay.
It's right there. It says Renegade, that's a storage facility that needs a business license when he's an antique dealer and he doesn't have any license requirement. Flooring Dimension needs an inspection. Rodrigo Upholstery needs an inspection. Paul Baines needs an inspection. Most Excellent Design needs a business license. That's an antique storage, so that's a questionable one. And every one of these license requirements for inspections are generated by the city about a year ago, and then they refuse to come out and do them because of the COVID. So I don't appreciate you getting on there and slandering me about the condition of my buildings. And none of these things are anything to do with the condition of the building. Now go to the next slide, please. Back the other way, I guess. Okay.
Is there a question in there for me?
Why did you try this?
Okay, I would like you to go back to that slide, Andrew. This slide is from Officer Hicks from the city. And if you will continue reading, it says, if the tenants, I'm sorry, I can't see it. It's so small. One moment.
Down at the bottom, you talk about the dumpsters. I'm sure that's.
No, just give me one moment, please.
Ms. Reeves, you're having a lot of feedback. Do you have the speaker on in two locations?
Okay, I'm not sure why I'm suddenly getting feedback. If you continue reading on slide 30, it says if the tenants would schedule their inspections at the same time, the inspector can do them all at once. We will only be inspecting the exterior at this time due to COVID. So
Right,
it
they-
is credible to say, and this is from the inspector, I am not the one accusing you of having code enforcement violations. It is the city. I merely brought it to the board's attention.
How did you get this information?
As you can clearly see, I got it from the Officer Hicks.
I'm sure this information has a lot of relevance to this hearing tonight.
Actually, it does.
But try to, hurt my credibility by just bringing up a falsification, that's all. That's all you did. Okay, let's get out of this deal. Thank you.
Mr. Hyde, is that it for you?
Excuse me?
Is that it for you for your cross-examination?
No, I want to cross-examine Neil Schiller for a moment, please.
Okay. Mr. Schiller?
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. I wanted to just clear up some issues with you and I's conversation too.
Sure.
For the city, and he gave him my phone number or my name.
Sorry, Mr. Hyatt, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
How did you sent word for me that you were going to call me on Monday morning? I just looked at my cell phone here, and when I didn't hear from you all Monday morning, I called you at 15 after 12, and we talked for a little while.
Sure.
And I told you that I was disappointed that we didn't get an interaction after Lisa and I exchanged very curt emails on the 4th and 5th. You apologized for her not getting back with us and not creating any community input. And I believe you're correct in saying we talked on Monday, but then you had a hearing for a conference call that shut our conversation off. The last thing I asked you was, can you talk to your people and get them all together and get to your boss and see if we can get an extension on this till we can review all these questions that have now all come up. You waited till 4:14 on the phone on the afternoon of Monday and called me back. Thank you very much. And you said, I've already talked to my boss and he doesn't want to postpone this and he doesn't want to do anything more except go to the hearing. Is that what you recall?
I don't call it quite like that, Mr. Hyatt. I know that I had tried to reach out to you. I don't remember if you called me or I called you. I'll take your word for it because you did swear under oath. We did have a conversation. You asked me to call my client and see if they would postpone. I spoke to my client and got back to you the same day. I'm sorry if it wasn't as quick as you would like, but I got back to you within, I think, 4 hours of our conversation.
Right. So basically,
Excuse me, let me finish. Let me finish. At least let me finish. My client indicated to me that we'd already been delayed 30 days and that we couldn't afford another 30-day delay. At which point I said to you, and I'm sure you remember this, I said, Mr. Hyatt, let's meet now. I'll meet before the end of the day. I'll make myself available all day Tuesday. I'll make myself available on Wednesday and my client. And by the way, I'll be happy to meet with you and all of the affected parties after January 6th. And that is what happened. And then that was the last time you and I spoke.
And I refused that offer, correct? I said that wasn't adequate time. We had 20, 25 people that have all voiced their opinion tonight. And, this happens regularly with these notice mailings and all this other stuff. And now we purposely worked on getting that new ordinance, which obviously we failed on tonight because nobody followed the ordinance and said every affected party, the ordinance simply says, if you are an affected party, you're entitled to one postponement. It's not for the lawyer to enter. It's an ordinance that took months to pass.
So, Mr. Hyatt, thank you for the question. I think that the notice issue is an important issue, but we just showed that you've had notice of this project back in September, October of this year when Ms. Reeves reached out to you. So you knew this project was coming. You knew it was coming because we tried to reach out with you. You clearly weren't interested in meeting with Ms. Reeves at the time. Okay. And then we reached out to you again. She reached out to you again in December, twice.
I don't even know anything about that. I just know she sent me a curt email. I sent her one back, and that was
okay. So she reached out to you two times.
I actually mimicked
2 times before the hearing.
No. So, we've seen everybody pretty simple tonight. So the bottom line is no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hyde, who would you like to speak to next?
I'm good for now.
Okay, so we're moving along to
Chairman,
continue with affected parties. So Mr. Garamy, William, did you?
Yeah, I want to clarify something just for the public. Even though the city of Lake Worth Beach adopted a compassionate co-compliance approach in response to COVID, we never ceased doing use and occupancy inspections. Officers have been doing those for the past 9 months during the policy. We just don't do the insides, and those have been postponed to the next available 3-year cycle inspection. So I just wanted to clarify, because the public will probably get on me tomorrow if they think that we have ceased doing those inspections altogether. We have not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garamy, this is your opportunity. If you have questions for the applicant and or city staff.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Wright, I believe it is.
Yes, sir.
I don't see him.
So depending on your setting, if you hit view and you hit gallery view in the upper right-hand corner, you may see the entire panel. If you're on speaker view, you will only see the person speaking at the time. So
I was on the right gallery view.
Your view, or if you're content with just speaking.
Oh, there, I see him now. Okay, he's back. So, as I understand, you are in charge of the Pompano and I guess you call it Atlanta?
Yeah, Lawrenceville, Georgia.
Lawrenceville, right. What size are those operations as far as how many acres?
The Lawrenceville operation is pretty similar in size. It's a 6-acre lot with 2.5, 3 acres of usable outside storage with almost the same size building. Just doesn't have the canopy.
Okay. Well, I noticed in that particular facility, you don't have that much equipment stored there. Whereas, for example, your New Jersey location, you have a ton of forms and framework and all of that stored there. So I can understand how you might have 10 trucks a day there, but I don't really get how you will still have the same number of trucks when you're going to have, I don't know, maybe at least 2, 3, or 4 times the number of forms on the new facility.
Actually, sir, the Lawrenceville office stores the overflow and more equipment than the Pompano facility currently stores, and the two businesses mirror each other. They're almost the exact same size.
Okay, I'm just looking at the satellite pictures and you know, it looks much smaller.
Can you hear me? Did you lose me?
Okay, I hear you now.
Sorry about that.
That's right.
AirPods kicked on. The Lawrenceville and the Pompano facility actually mirror each other in revenue, size of staff, and the volume of trucks moving in and out.
Okay, so from your Pompano facility, you're servicing almost all of Florida with the exception of the Panhandle.
Correct. Same thing that we would service out of Lake Worth Beach.
Okay. So I was just looking at some pictures that you have on your website of the Pompano facility. And I understand that that's a leased facility, but aren't your procedures the same as in your owned facilities?
The procedures of actually doing things are, but the environment we do them in, Pompano is 100% open. It has a covered roof and that's it. So rainwater, drainage, everything comes in from all different angles and floods. Where we do it in Atlanta, it is enclosed. Everything's done inside with full system set up to catch the runoff water and recycle it.
How about the cleaning of forms? Is that done inside or outside of Pompano?
Under roof in Pompano. Everything in Pompano is outside because there's no walls.
Okay, because I did notice on one of the pictures, a fellow pressure cleaning pretty much outside. That's what I was
correct. No, in Lawrenceville, we have a full setup, and in all our own properties, it's done inside.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garamy.
Thank you.
Okay, next affected party. We got Ms. Morrison. Do you have any questions for the applicant or city staff? Staff, can we verify that we have Ms. Morrison as a panelist at the moment?
Yep, she should be on and ready to go.
Thank you.
I just have two small questions. First of all, for the applicant, Neil, nice to see you, by the way. Will the applicant be closing the Pompano location when and if the Lake Worth Beach facility is fully operational?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, the whole reason that we are going through this site plan application is because that is a leased facility. We plan on purchasing this facility and making it a permanent DOCA facility.
But you'll be leaving all the dirt and dust in Pompano, right?
Well, again, as you heard from Jared Wright, there aren't buildings on the property. There is essentially a roof with open air. The next door creates a lot of dust and drainage onto the property. It's not a great property for us, which is why my client has identified this opportunity in this property, because not only will they be able to have a fully enclosed facility, they'll be able to have a fantastic yard with plenty of space and plenty of buffering for all of the areas. And most importantly, it's a facility that they're going to own. And why is that important to the city and to this board is because the concerns that you have are related to somebody that doesn't take care of their property, that somebody that is doing things over and above what's allowed by the code. And I know that there's a concern about code enforcement, but the fact is this is going to be a DOCA owned property. They're going to own the dirt. They're going to own everything on the dirt. And if you look at all of their other properties, as you saw in the video, they're maintained well. They are kept in pristine condition, and you heard from Jared Wright, they only get at most 15 trucks a day. So as far as the dust and the dirt from Pompano, that's going to stay in Broward County. And again, we're hopeful that this board approves this tonight so we can move forward.
And secondly, I'm still confused that the application is for a building when the primary use that you're proposing is outdoor storage. The building is less than a third of the size of the outdoor storage. So why isn't this being proposed as it is, which is an outdoor storage facility with a little building? Because the zoning doesn't permit that, is that why?
Lisa, do you want to take that question? You're on mute, Lisa. You're on mute. Go ahead.
It's not the size of the storage facility or the building that determines which is the primary use. The outdoor storage is, I got that feedback again, is a secondary use to our engineering and design work, which is done within the building, our primary use.
As well as sales.
It's sales and management.
So Ms. Morrison, to better answer your question, this is a whole site plan approval. The whole site is being approved, outdoor storage area, plus the buildings, plus the parking, plus everything that you've seen on the site plan, just like in our city of Delray Beach.
Thank you. Thank you. P&Z board, I just renew my concern about that size of an outdoor storage area. It's so close to a very clean light industrial use buildings that are surrounding it to the east. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're
Mr.
going.
Chairman, if you would like at your discretion to allow Mr. Pouncey some time, he had originally identified Ms. Morrison as representing him in his affected party paperwork. But he seems to also want to ask questions in addition to Ms. Morrison.
Yes, thank you, Aaron, for bringing that up. Yes, Mr. Panzer, please go ahead.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, thank you again for letting me speak one more time. I know my original request was to at least let Christina Morrison represent Marlin Commerce Center. I know I am the president of that association. But in contrast to everything else, the only thing I think I can add to this, besides us being everybody in the Marlin Industrial Park as well as the Marlin Commerce Center, is we all consider ourselves light industrial. This particular proposed site plan does not appear to be that. I have issues besides the unsightliness of a chain link fence, the only thing separating us from the large storing area that they're going to be having. There is the fact that we may have a traffic control problem. Our two associations utilize the 23rd Avenue South roadway, which dumps us all off on the 7th Avenue, which would be the same road that this proposed site plan are going to be using. And that is a road that is not protected by traffic light when traversing onto the main roadway that gets a lot of traffic already. And I'm trying to think of the name of that road right now. You know, everybody has 15 seconds, can't remember something. This is mine. But anyway, I think most of the people with the city know which road I'm talking about. Sorry, I can't remember right off the top of my head. But anyway, I'm hoping this proposed site plan goes well with this particular company. However, I don't think it's a very good fit for our small area within the city of Lake Worth Beach. I think we can do better with taxation if we propose a different type of company. Small industrial, I think, is the way to go here. Best of luck to the DOCA people. Your legal people have done a good job. I don't like the fact that company might be moving in next to our complex that's willing to smear other businesses in the area. Not a good start. PZM board meeting, do your best. We're looking for you to support us. Thank you.
Mr. Pouncey, thank you. Okay, we're going to move along to board members for questions for applicant, affected parties, and staff. To make it simple, given this format. Sorry, you guys will start with Juan.
Yeah.
Make our way down to that end and then be last, and then we'll go again.
One of the concerns that I would have, especially with this project, seems to me that one of the biggest issues at the moment is the environmental issue. And it seems like Kimley Horn hasn't really gotten to the water authority yet or anything else. The issue that I have is this keeps coming up, and they talk about the cleaning of the concrete, the oil, the things. And I mean, my question to staff is, at some point, has any report come in? I mean, you guys are DOCA seems like a very competent company, and they should have some type of process, some type of report that they would have submitted that would have, I don't know, basically let everybody know that you're doing it safely and you're doing it environmentally friendly, and that it would work for your neighbors as well. Has there been something that's been submitted for that?
So a water management district is required, which will review the level of water pollution that is discharged into any water body, into waters of the state. And as well, they need permission from the Lake Worth Drainage District if they're going to discharge into the drainage district. The specific levels of discharge and the parts per million and all of that will all be reviewed under those permit applications, those specific permit applications. What we have done is our engineers have reviewed it and have reviewed it for drainage and meeting the city's drainage standards. As Doka mentioned, there is a proposed exfiltration trench, which will then funnel into the lake, which will act as a secondary treatment. The exact parts per million, I don't, maybe Andrew can find that specifically, but that's really the jurisdiction of the agencies that govern those water bodies that also have that are also under requirements from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection as well. And I'm sure the engineer from the applicant can explain that process in better detail than I can. But there are significant reviews for water quality in Florida and for drainage and discharge as well.
One last question on that. Is there anything other than water and concrete that is part of the process for cleaning and removal of a lot of the equipment in general?
Not to our knowledge, but I will turn that to the applicant.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, may I have Jared Wright answer that question?
Yes, certainly.
Jared, did
Mr. Chair, no. Yes, Mr. Chair, no. The only thing that we use is pressurized water.
Okay, that's sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will also mention, just because you were asking about the environmental issues, and perhaps the applicant can discuss their remediation plan. We have received notification from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection that the applicant has agreed to remediate the existing brownfield. There was previously a landfill on the southern half of the property, and that there is an agreement with the state to remediate that.
That's important. Something like that's important, because what I'm trying to get at is that if the applicant is actually being proactive with some of these issues that are coming up and will be willing to take care of some of these things. And I hope that within the government agencies and the actual, Lake Worth Beach, we would be able to see if there is some sort of a disaster, that we have a willing applicant that's going to take care of these things in the future. That's it.
Commissioner, this is Neil Schiller, again, representing the applicant. Just so you know, not only have we entered into agreements with the state, but we've already started some of that cleanup. And just want you to know that's how serious we're taking it.
It's good to know. Those are the things that I want to know, to make sure that you're being proactive towards some of these cleanup things. And I'm sure that the state's going to make you do whatever's right
yes,
in terms of the environmental impact that you may have. Those were the questions that I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Mark, what do you have?
I thought we were going the other way.
Oh, yeah, I can go the other way if you'd like.
Go ahead.
All right.
I'm not ready.
No problem. Daniel, you wanna?
I guess this question would go to city staff first. How do we determine what the primary use is? I would think it would be based on the intensity, which is it not based on square footage?
William, you want to take this? I mean, this particular use is a unique construct in our code for outdoor storage. If you want to talk about that, William.
We don't have necessarily outdoor storage itself as a principal use. We have required that the outdoor storage that supports a principal use, regardless of its size, be considered an accessory use. As an example, an accessory use for any type of development is the parking of the cars for the employees and the trucks and cars that support the operations of the business. If we want to go down to the road that the outdoor storage of all of these buildings should be based on the square footage, almost every use, almost anywhere, their primary use will be parking of employee vehicles and the vehicles used to discharge the activities of the business. I dare say that most of the square footage on many of the properties in Lake Worth Park Commerce are parking surface. That would be outdoor storage of cars, trucks, and other vehicles. So we are looking at the principal use as being the activities that are conducted by the business. And one of the ways that supports that primary use is the outdoor storage of the pieces that are being rented and sold for the construction purposes.
So there really is no determination as to whether this is the primary use or a secondary use. There's no way to measure because this is clearly distinctly different from a parking lot that would serve as parking for the primary use of working within a building. The majority of the actual work will be done outside of the building.
I think it's more that we don't permit outdoor storage as a principal use. It's just because we don't want outdoor storage to occur on its own without a other principal activity. So we don't want only an outdoor storage lot alone with the parking and with only outdoor activity and no building or no structure associated with it. As a result, in the code, the outdoor storage is always accessory or always dependent on a principal use.
So that kind of leads me to the conclusion that this property would not be permitted if the primary use was based on the fact that the majority of what they're going to be doing based on square footage, excluding parking, will be outside of the structure of the building.
That's
and
not
in intensity.
how we apply the code. So,
May I? May
Okay.
I do believe there's a misunderstanding as to the use. DOCA they engineer formwork. The formwork is taken, it's kept on site and then it is shipped off site for use. But without the engineering and the office support, the formwork that's in the storage lot is of no use to us. It is the engineering of the buildings.
The
and construction.
engineering and the office work is not directly tied to this property. You could do that off-site or remotely or from one centralized location. So there's really no direct connection to the taking place in the office and what is taking place in the yard.
There actually is a direct connection. We are putting our facility here that does the engineering, and it is the storage of the equipment that is accessory to the main use of our design and engineering work.
Okay.
Our site plan approval it includes our office space, our warehouse space, in addition to the accessory use of storing our equipment.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So my next question is, there are 0 chemicals used in the cleaning or treating or maintaining of this formwork that will be stored outdoors in the elements.
Look, Mr. Chair, can we have Jared Wright, our Southeast Operation Manager, answer that on the record, please?
Yes, certainly. You can have whichever person you feel is most appropriate to answer these.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
The kindness.
Chair, yes, there's only water is used for the storage. All of our material is either galvanized or sealed. That's pre-built into it. We don't use any chemicals. The only chemicals on our facilities are the stuff you would use inside a household, Lysol and stuff you clean for cleaning the office.
Thank you. Would you be opposed to increasing the barrier, whether it be landscaping or landscaping, screening, all inclusive, on those other exterior sides of the property to further insulate what's occurring in the yard from your neighbors, not just the residential, but you have serious concern from all your other neighbors around you who are a lot less intense of a use in terms of, the dust and the impact. Is that something you guys would be willing to do, is to go above and beyond on the screening and the containment, whether it be of noise or dust itself, or even just visual screening? One of the individuals did bring up a really good point of, they may not necessarily want to be looking out their window during a meeting being conducted over, your yard of, formwork.
So Mr. Lewis, you're the client. The question is whether or not we'd be willing to increase, if I want to say this correctly, some of the landscaping to better screen our storage yard. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
would
that's how I
like to-
understood it. You're asking if they'd be willing to go from like the chain link fence and put
One
up.
of the biggest concerns from the residents on that side and the business owners on that side is seeing what's taking place and containing what's on there. So if we had, a full, not necessarily you can't see through it all, but above and beyond what would normally be an acceptable landscape barrier to ensure that, there's much more, noticeably more landscape buffer between them and you. Is that something that you'd be willing to do as a condition of this approval?
I would like to draw the board's attention to the fact that we currently have gone above and beyond with the inclusion of the 6-foot precast concrete wall. Our landscaping is in excess of code requirement, and I'd like Jonathan Haig to speak to that, please.
If I can interrupt, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just would like to bring the board's attention to the fact that there is a staff condition of approval related to fencing requiring the applicant that it states that any industrial area and any area in an industrial district used as open storage shall be completely enclosed by an opaque fence or wall so as to surround the property to protect from debris damage caused by wind or storm. The above required fences and walls shall be at least 6 feet in height, but no more than 8 feet in height, and shall be set back. So all screening materials subject to the approval by the Development Review Officer or designee. And if you recall, when Andrew walked you through the conditions of approval, there was a specific condition of approval relating to the fact that all fencing would need to comply with section 23.4-4. So the chain link fence depicted on the site plan does not consistent with the land development requirements as presented. So that condition of approval would require that fencing on the eastern property line adjacent to the Marlin Commerce Park and the Marlin Industrial Center to be an opaque fence between 6 and 8 feet in height with a landscape screening material, or no, sorry, there's no landscape screening, it's just the fence itself.
Thank you.
So there's no landscape screening whatsoever on that section? Is that what you're saying?
That's not correct.
Okay, just to clarify, and again, I think we're on the same page there. So then you actually brought up a really good point as well with that. So you're saying that it should cover from view all the outside storage. Is that what you were indicating? The screening or the fencing should cover that? So this kind of leads into my next question. Does that mean that the storage on the outside section of this site will be 6 feet or less?
So the fencing in the fencing code, the fencing requires, it does not require full shielding of everything. It requires a fence between 6 and 8 feet in height, a fence or wall that is opaque. So I believe the proposed fence on the eastern property line is currently depicted as a chain link fence. The staff condition of approval would require that chain link fence to convert to an opaque fence between 6 and 8 feet. If additional conditions of approval or more screening is required, that is then when your discussion would take over now. I just wanted to make you aware of what staff has already conditioned the applicant to.
Thank you. What is the height of stuff that'll be stored on the outside from your video? It seemed close to 2 stories tall in some of those piles.
Jared, why don't you take that one?
It depends. We store at the height that we're allowed to by the fire marshal. They usually, different counties give us different ordinances of what we're allowed to store, what height we can go to.
Do you know what that is for this specific property?
I do not know what it is in Lake Worth.
What is it in Pompano?
We're at 15 feet.
You were made comment of specific requirements by the drainage district or local municipalities, I think, as far as containment, filtration, and runoff of water. Do you know what the requirements are, or do you have a plan in place already, or is this something that you're still trying to formulate?
I think Mr. Balaban, one of our engineers from Kimley Horn, is best to answer that question, sir.
Yes. So as it's required with South Florida requirements and Lake Worth requirements, a percentage of total suspended solids and nutrients must be treated prior to discharging into any adjacent canal or any kind of thing, stormwater canal. So prior to any sort of discharge, all the treatment would happen within the extraction trench system as well as the lake prior to discharge.
So how about concrete specifically? What is the impact of concrete specifically on the environment and this specific application?
With concrete, it's just essentially treated as there's not a criteria per se for that for South Florida, but it's as long as there's a treatment for the runoff prior to discharge. It's not specifically listed as far as something you need to do.
So you really don't have to mitigate concrete going into water? Is it? I feel like that's what you're saying. There's no mitigation required for the solid of concrete specifically?
Right.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
That concludes my questions.
All right. Thank you.
Chair, did you have something to add to that question? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, I have a question.
I just wanted to make sure everybody's on the same page that the concrete that comes from the formwork is cleaned inside, and then it falls into the warehouse and it's caught there, it dries, and then it's thrown away normally. So there's not the concrete coming off the formwork other than anything that's sitting outside that's already been cleaned that's going to be discharged. It's mostly just going to be water runoff from the rain.
So do you use a similar application like when they cut granite or something like that, where you actually, you wet it, you catch it, you dry it, and you filter it out?
We have it's an entire system that it's a heavy duty pressure washer that pressure washes it over a table, over a grate, and all the concrete and the water falls down into that. And then it's either cleaned or dries and cleaned up and thrown away at the end of the day, or we have filtration systems that we actually use in Atlanta.
Is that something that you'll truck off site as a waste, or is that something that you would place in like regular dumpsters and put into the normal garbage?
It's placed in the roll-off dumpsters.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Laura?
I have a question, but not from him, the other one that was answering the environmental questions. The gentleman before you.
George Balaban.
Yes, George. I wanted to know, you plan on having runoff that goes into the I think it's the C3 or C4?
Canal.
E3?
E4 canal.
Okay, and does the E4 connect into Lake Worth Lagoon?
Lake Worth Lagoon.
That's our intercoastal. So
I'm sure some way or another it does. A lot of these are interconnected that ultimately get to the ocean when it's diluted. Yeah.
And your plan is that whatever the runoff is going into the canal. It's going to go into the canal.
That's right. After it's being treated.
How is it treated?
So there's extraction trench. There's an 8-foot by 6-foot depth trench that percolates into the ground. So after we've more than tripled the amount that's required, by the way, than what's required by code. We provided that quality. After that water quality, then it gets to the lake. It also provides quality within the lake itself prior to being discharged to the canal. So there's a two-tier system above and beyond state requirements.
And is that something that South Florida Water Management checks on? They come in and they check, they monitor that?
They do. And not only that, not only do you need to get a permit from both agencies, you also, every 5 years, you need to do a report basically confirming that you've adhered to all their requirements and they clean the entire system, and they do check on that. That is correct.
As a condition of approval, would you be willing to do it sooner than every 5 years? That seems like an awful long time to let something like this go unchecked.
It's a standard
every 5
practice.
years is a long time. Okay,
It's not my call. I'm just engineer.
Okay. I have another question. On this, what I have in front of me, it says that you plan on storing formwork and conducting repair operations. Look, what kind of repair work is going to be done?
Jared?
Most of the forms are a metal frame with a wood face. So inside the warehouse, we would knock out the wood face and put a new wood face in and screw the backside on. Or some of the frames and stuff get bent and we would weld inside the shop, pull dents, that kind of repair work.
Repair on construction equipment. What kind of equipment?
Concrete formwork, the panels that we store outside.
These are not mechanical equipment.
No, ma'am.
I heard, I think it was your attorney say that you've already started remediation or you've started some work on the property? Is that I'm seeing Mr.
Schiller.
Schiller. Okay, so you don't own, your client does not own this property yet, but they're already doing work on it?
Yes, with the property owner's permission. It's very important that we are, if we get approvals, which we hope so tonight, that we can move forward. We want to build this property ASAP. We want to be out of our Pompano property that is hurting us, and we want to be into this property as soon as possible.
And what is the projected time schedule if this was to go forward?
That is a good question. Jared, do you know that answer?
I'll refer that to Lewis. He's been working with the contract.
Okay, Lewis.
So just to speak a little bit to your question, ma'am, the environmental remediation that is ongoing, we've done a lot of testing over the last 6 to 9 months. The stage that we're at is we've actually proposed a remediation plan through our environmental company to the FDEP. And so we're waiting for initial feedback on that. There's some unknowns as far as the beginnings of when we will actually be able to start clearing land. Has to do with the agreement of the remediation plan. But it is our goal to start ASAP. And, you know, if we had it our preference, we'd be in that facility tomorrow. But if I had to give you a ballpark timeframe, I would say we're hopefully going to be in there anywhere between 16 to 24 months from now.
What's the projected length of the construction project?
Once we're able to start improvements, we're hopeful less than a year. There's a lot of site work. Everybody's talked about it, from Mr. Hyatt to our engineer. There's demucking to be done. There's a lot of through the remediation. There's earth that will need to be taken off the property. There's a lot of fill that will need to be brought onto the property to prepare it for the development. So there's a lot of site work. There's riprap along the canal to help stabilize the canal. That's obviously one of the conditions. So there's a lot of site work that is to be done. But we're hoping once the improvements begin, that the actual improvements buildings will go very quickly.
Have you done a lot of environmental analyses on the property?
We've spent, without going into exact dollar numbers, we have spent a lot of money on numerous stages of testing. We had a phase 2, a separate site assessment report, and then a secondary site assessment report along with the remediation plan that's been developed.
Has there been anybody that has looked into where our natural aquifers are in that location? Whether or not there's our underground water that might be affected by leaching of these concrete chemicals into our aquifer?
I don't know that we've done any studies have been done regarding post our operations being in there.
George,
I can help answer that.
Please.
So part of the environmental analysis that the other consultant is doing, the environmental engineer is doing, they're going to be required to do groundwater modeling and soil management plan with the requirements of FDEP. So it's not like, you know, you're not looking into it. Everyone is, they're looking into the model and to ensure it's in compliance. Okay.
Chairman, this is William Waters. I think it would be helpful for the board if somebody from the applicant could explain In this process, they contacted me back as early as July of last year in regards to the brownfield remediation. There was a committee that needed to be set up, support letters. The site has received, I think, preliminary approval for some funding to help clean up the site. As part of that agreement to get the money, I was contacted by a Brett Drummond of the environmental law firm of Goldstein to set up an advisory committee of adjacent property owners, at which time back in August and actually September, I provided the names of actually Mr. Hyatt, Christina Morrison, and several other people who were interested parties that would be very, would want to know about the remediation of the brownfield, as well as what was happening on the site, and could provide a great deal of information in regard to the history of the property. So going back way into our discussion, I would think or would hope that Mr. Brumman did contact those individuals, and they were aware that something was coming to that site as early as August and September of last year. I don't know if they agreed to serve on this committee in regards to the brownfield rehabilitation, but maybe somebody from the applicant's team could actually address that and allay some of the concerns of the Planning and Zoning Board.
Louis, who's best to answer that? You, Michael?
Well, I would say that can you restate the question that you're trying to have answered, Williams? Or, I mean, in short, we did approach several people that William gave us to help to talk about the Brownfield Committee. I will tell you, I spoke to Mr. Hyatt myself at one point in time about the Brownfield Committee. And so I do know that he was aware of this project well back into September. I'm not quite sure what further information you need regarding the Brownfield Committee, or what other questions can I answer?
Well, I feel like there are a lot of environmental questions about the site. It was a dump site. It had some remediation. Mr. Hyatt mentioned the demucking of the site as a preface to further development. So to help the Planning and Zoning Board understand what all is happening, if someone could speak to your steps in the brownfield process and what you are anticipated doing in furtherance of that, I think it would be helpful for them to know.
Okay. Well, I know as far as the Brownsfield, we want to rehabilitate this site. Clear, we want to make it, as clean as we possibly can, and especially up to the standards that FDEP sets for us. Obviously, the remediation and soil management plans that we've submitted are obviously subject to their approval. And based on their input that they give to us, we will comply with whatever steps they tell us that we need to take. As far as demucking and the site itself, like I mentioned, there's a lot of work to be done. The remediation plan outlines kind of the overall stages of how that work will be done. And obviously there's different, based on what you find when you start clearing land, determines how you have to deal with that material. And so the FDEP plan kind of outlines how that is to be handled. As far as demucking, there's I believe George can speak a little bit farther to this. We've done some geotests. We've done a lot of site development analysis based on where our yards are, our yard and pavement is going to be, based where our buildings are going to be. There is a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure that the demucking is done properly, because if it's not, a year after we build our buildings, we're going to have 2 to 3 inches of settlement. So if it's not done properly, all of this money, all of this investment that our company is willing to spend is going to be for nothing. Does that help answer a little bit more, or?
Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. There was I think it was Mr. Pouncey that was talking about the association that he resides at having 2-story units? Was it Mr. Pouncey?
I believe it was. Would you like us to promote Mr. Pouncey? Do you have a question for him?
Well, I just want to know if there are 2-story units, is that the highest units that are with, residents possibly looking over into this project?
I've given Mr. Pouncey permission to speak. He should be on.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, it is correct. The Marlin Commerce Center, which is the south side of this proposed site plan, is a condominium type construction, 2 floors. In my particular unit that I own, I also am the president there, but I do own a unit in that building, the north building there, which is right next to the property that this site is proposed for. Although it's quite overgrown right now, it is not much of a problem. We do have some hedges that are there and some trees on our own property that we don't have to worry about. But the site that they're proposing, if I'm not mistaken, Miss what's her name here? Miss Reeves was showing some pictures of the site plan proposed with the 6-foot wall, concrete wall, but it did not come up to the side of our property. There was a proposed chain link fence, which would not hide anything stacked on that open field over there. And I think that with our 2-story windows on that one business that's on the extreme north end, that would not coincide well with business on our side. I just think that the proposed site business dealings that they're doing exceeds our light industrial impact from the rest of the businesses over there. But thanks for considering what we would be looking at. And I'm concerned with that, and I'm listening to how this goes. Anyway, thank you much, and proceed.
May I just respond to that? And I think it's important because staff just said that you can have a fence that is opaque that cannot be higher than 8 feet. The code prescribes 6 to 8 feet. And so I just want to put that out on the record that your staff has already included a condition of approval to make that chain link fence with landscaping as we proposed opaque and no either 6, 7, or 8 feet.
That's correct. But regardless of what they propose, 6 feet minimum, 8 feet maximum, with what you're proposing with that big open field of stored items, I really would not want to be looking at that for any length of time. I mean, if it was small, light industrial business, it would be mostly buildings with some parking area, maybe some storage, but this is an enormous portion of what we'd be looking at that would be adjacent to our property.
Mr. Chair, again, I just wanted to reiterate there are some practical limitations in the code, and that's all I was trying to point out. Thank you so much.
Mr. Pouncey, how many feet away would this be from from your unit?
From my north side of the building, we have a small roadway that our businesses traverse to go around towards the back, with maybe 12 foot at the most of landscape between that roadway and our fence, which separates this proposed site from our land.
Ms. Starr, would it be helpful if staff shared the landscape plan?
You mean on screen right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Andrew, could you please share the landscape plan? Can you scroll up to the area? Mr. Pouncey, are you on the north end?
I am. My building is on the north end, and I'm trying to take a look at this display that you've got here and to see exactly where we are. I'm not real sure. Maintenance. No, so no, no, I'm at the north end of the Marlin Commerce Center. You need to look at the south end of this proposed site.
Okay. You can
Now
pull up
that's a little better. All right, so if you see where the south property buffer line is, they're saying 331 feet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that is right next to our particular complex. The back of our building would go along the back side of it. Now, that little area where you've got your cursor, that right there is right next to our north building. And it just happens to be the building that I own a unit in.
I'm going to share the aerial real quick. Hold on 1 second. Is this your building?
That is it. Yes.
So here is the property line here.
Right. That's
Where-
one of
where-
three
Where
buildings.
on that property would the outside storage be?
Andrew, can you pull up the site plan? But I believe that
Miss Reeves had a nice site plan of it earlier showing the proposed fencing. That was now it didn't have the greenery in it, but it showed where the open storage would be.
Andrew, that's slide 8.
we
Thank you,
have the
Lisa.
site plan actually pulled, or do you want to? Okay.
There you go. I think the 6-foot link chain fence that's being proposed would be completely open to what we'd be looking at with our buildings. 2 of our buildings would have a view. Well, the north building that I'm in would have a better view of the outdoor storage area, which would not be beneficial to business operations. Now there is that lake that they're showing that they'll have some of their runoff going into, in which runoff from that lake would go into the freshwater canal. That lake would not interfere with anything behind our building, but we won't do much business behind the building. It's mostly in front, what we'd be looking at, and to the north of us. And that's right there, the proposed outdoor storage area.
Along the northern portion of your site, there will be laurel, live oak, wax myrtle, silver, and green buttonwood trees with cocoa plum hedge that you'll be looking at. And then there's, to the west of that property, there is a space. I don't know how large that empty piece of property is. It's between the lake and your site. So there's a fairly good distance between your site and our storage.
Yeah, I can't see the dimensions that you have on this particular thing without blowing it up a little bit. I have some architecture in my background. But overall, my 2-story building, the people that own the business on the north end of my building, I don't think they would be too happy with looking at that. And that's the president of the Marlin Commerce Center, I have to oppose.
It's okay. So we've got 43 feet on our property till we get to your property line, and your building is not abutting your property line. There is definitely a setback. So you've got at least 50 feet.
If I may state for the record, I did use the measure tool on the property appraiser's website. This is not an exact science, okay? So it's a real approximation. But the building in which Mr. Pouncey is describing is set approximately 40 feet, perhaps slightly less, from the north property line. And the north building is set approximately 100 feet east from the west property line, abutting the subject property.
And as of right now, we have no idea how high the forms will be allowed to be stored on the property. The height, we have no, right now, nobody knows the height that's going to be allowed.
15 feet.
Potentially 15 feet or more. I mean, it's going to depend on our fire department, giving them some sort of guidance.
That's correct.
If you'd like to make a condition of approval, if the applicant would be conditioned to the 15 feet, that's something that you could ask them and discuss with them. In addition, while we have a maximum height, again, for your discussion and consideration, if you'd like to, I know there's some tree canopy and some other things. I know they have a landscape architect on staff if you'd like to go through the screening with them and understand that a little bit more.
I think I'm done with my questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. A lot of what I made notes on, I've heard some answers for all. I'll try to go through mine as expeditiously as I can. My first question is going to be for our city attorney. We've heard a few times comments about inefficient use of this property, not maximizing it. Talk of the tax base. I think most of us are pretty interested in ensuring that our tax revenue for the city is maximized. Since staff states this meets all the criteria for the decision, would that really be a valid consideration to the board to factor in?
It is not.
Okay, thank you.
Not. I mean, that.
Good. That's all. You can expand on it if you want, but I just needed to.
Okay, it's not a part of the criteria. No.
Thank you. Okay. Going to ask if all the work was being done inside. What I've heard is that the cleaning of forms takes place inside. Storage is taking place outside. The sustainable bonus part, from what I see, is valued at $97,500. That is the wall. And for that, they're achieving just 1 additional foot in height, and that was being used to hide the equipment. We've discussed that the property is not being maxed out. I think the staff report very clearly does indeed show that. There's been a lot of discussion on the brownfield, the cleanup, and I believe I heard stated that there was a phase two environmental study that's already been conducted to this point, and some cleanups that verified that status on that. I was also wondering if this was the same site that we'd looked at maybe a year ago. That was confirmed as well, that we have already seen that. Okay. I'm going to do my best to try to go in order so we're not bouncing around, but I apologize because I know that's going to happen a little bit. So I'll start with the applicant and I'll try to hit them with those. Mr. Hyatt in his testimony stated, and I'm paraphrasing, so it may not be word for word, this is just a recycling facility and will be filthy. The applicant has spoken about their other project and how it's handled. Would you like to address that part if this is just a recycling facility? Anybody from the applicant?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. This is by far not a recycling facility at all. If anybody knows anything about solid waste and recycling, there are significant amounts of noise and odor and trash brought to the site on a daily basis. In fact, I represent the Solid Waste Authority of Palm Beach County, and so I know what a recycling facility is, and this is the farthest thing from it. You raised some very good questions. You heard for the testimony of Mr. Wright and Mr. Goldberg that all the work on the forms occurs interior in the building. You have heard that the outdoor storage is outdoor storage. You've heard that the concerns about dust related to the Pompano site are germane to the Pompano site. Because of the unique nature of their neighbors and the property, that site gets dirty and it gets dusty and it gets muddy, which is the whole reason why this international company is looking at developing this property in Lake Worth Beach. Louis or Jared, do you have anything to add? Because I think this is a really important point. To say that this is a recycling center is a distortion of the truth and really negatively reflects, I think, upon trying to negatively reflect upon my client and its business. It is not a recycling facility at all. Louis, Jared, anything to add? No?
Okay.
I'll add a couple things. Just to say, I want to make sure we've heard people refer to this as the trash dump, a recycling center. There's too many lights. There's not enough lights. As we've outlined, we're a professional international organization. Our yards, I have to tell you, it is imperative for us, for our yards and our inventory to be neat, organized, and for us to know where everything is. If we don't know where everything is and it's not organized properly, we don't stay in business. We can't load orders. We can't find material. For that to happen is just, it's not, as Neil indicated, it's to say the least, a fabrication of the truth, as far as what our operation is.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Continuing, Mr. Hyde also stated essentially it will be an underutilized site and a loss of major potential with very few jobs. We've discussed that, gone through that part as well. Let's see, Mr. Garamy, one of his questions was, where does the dust go and how are the forms cleaned? That was discussed inside. The cement is cleaned off. It's then hauled away in roll-off dumpsters. The dust is contained inside, and there was some discussion about the outside water percolating in through, I think it was a 6 to 8 foot deep drainage system before it's cleaned. I think it was stated 5 times the level required by the state before it is discharged to the canal. Question was brought up, what about outside stored materials during hurricane, given the large volume of them? I heard that they're all strapped down and a small incidental materials were brought inside. Also mentioned by Mr. Jeremy was lost potential and underdevelopment, which you've also addressed. Ms. Morrison brought up the outdoor storage is 2 times the size of the building. How is that considered an accessory use? I know that Daniel covered that and staff gave us information on that. What's actually going to be stored outside was the concrete forms, the forms for the concrete. And exactly what are the activities going to be? We heard washing, debris, medium. You need me for something?
I just want to remind you, I think you probably, I don't know whether you have 2 board members that have yet to speak.
Thank you for the reminder, yes. Okay, and activities go, so we answered that. Mr. Pouncey brought up the concern about the view, which Laura's gone through in the 2nd story. There is a question on this one. I'm looking at the landscape plan right now along that, I believe it would be the southeast border. I see there's a series of trees planted along that, but unfortunately, I can't make out what those trees are. Can someone please explain to me what those trees are and what the height of those trees will be at planted and at maturity? This would be the line along the property that Mr. Pouncey spoke of. He is I think he's the president of the Marlin Commerce Center, of the condo association. So this would be for the applicant. Do you guys know what I'm referring to? The yes. Lime trees along that? Sir. Okay, thank you.
Actually, I'm going to have Jonathan Hay, our landscape architect, and if maybe staff wants to put up the landscape plan, he can walk you through what is happening on that southeast corner.
If we can just give Sherry a quick moment to get back. I believe Mr. Hague was not sworn in. Oh. And Mr. Hague, if you can turn on your camera and your, as well as your microphone, as soon as Sherry gets back to your computer, she will swear you in.
All right.
Sherry, are you back there yet? Poor lady, we have her running around everywhere tonight. So. In the meantime, Mr. Hague, would you like us to pull up the landscape plan, or do
sure.
You have any... Okay. Andrew, can you please pull up the landscape plan for Mr. Hague while we organize the swearing in?
And we're talking about on our plan what we've got noted as the south
property buffer 331.6 feet and the east property buffer 210.8 feet.
That's
that
correct. And just above
generally,
that, overhead
right,
wires. Yep.
right.
Sherry, are you back to your desk yet? I'm gonna, Pamela, are you able to swear Mr. Hague in?
Go on.
Oh, there she is. Sherry, can you hold the microphone?
Yeah, I was gonna turn around. So do you, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the plants that we've got specified against the south property buffer that's noted as 331.6 feet has a hedge as well as some smaller trees, only because we're planting directly adjacent to power lines, which we aren't allowed by Florida Power and Light's guidelines to plant a larger tree. So we have specified there silver buttonwoods and wax myrtle trees, which will go in at the size of planting at 12 feet in height. It should also be noted, looking at the aerial for this site that's just to the south of us, that the entire north wall of that building doesn't appear to have any windows. So I don't think that they'll be able to see anything out of any offices that are on the second floor of that building.
Thank you for clarifying what they were in the height of planting.
Okay.
In public comment, a few of the items that were raised, several noise and environmental concerns. I think it's been discussed pretty extensively on the environmental part, but I didn't hear anything about noise. Would the applicant, would they like to address the concern about noise? I think one of them specifically was the beeping of equipment as it's going in reverse and just the general activities.
Jared, you want to talk about the noise at Pompano and in Lawrenceville and what the potential is for noise at this site?
It's pretty much the forklift traffic outside. Everything else will be contained inside. There's the pressure washer that'll be run inside, the saws, they'll be run inside. So the noise is pretty much contained inside. The walls along the doors will be always pretty much closed. There's pretty much no use to open them on the canal side. The doors on the facing the storage yard will be open during working hours. So that's the only noise that will be coming from out of there. And then that's pretty much the noise. The reconditioning is some hammering. I think Lewis has some testing that have been done in our facilities that track the decibels and the noise levels. I'll let him answer a little further.
Yes, unfortunately, I don't have the actual report right in front of me, but I did submit it. I believe Ms. Revis submitted it kind of in response to some of the concerns back after the continuance of the December 2nd meeting. And specifically, we submitted a report and a memo from another engineering firm that did a noise study and submitted a report done by Honeywell. And it basically tracks decibels from the point of the source. And it talks about how the decibel level diminishes over the feet, you know, as you go away from that source. And all I can tell you, and I'm happy to have it re-emailed to anybody, but I can tell you that regardless of any setbacks and distances from buildings, what I can tell you is the distance that our forklifts will be from any neighbor's properties, the decibel level is well within the standards that were in this report. And the requirements by I believe there's certain requirements set by by City of Lake Worth noise ordinances
Right.
as well.
All right, thank you. And the last public comment one, this will be the last one for the applicant. There's a number of questions about missing details of the operations. I think we've heard quite a bit about that. Is there anything left on that part the applicant wishes to address, or do you feel it was sufficiently addressed?
Just one thing, Mr. Chair. Jared, you started talking about hours. What are the hours of operation for your site in Pompano for the company?
It depends on what time of year we're working, but on average, it's 7:30 to 4:30, 8 to 4:30, Monday through Friday, with the occasional Saturday.
Thank you. And my last one is for the affected parties. If they're still on, I would like to hear from each of the four of them, ideally, what project on the site they would not object to. Each one has explained their feeling towards this particular project. Some we've heard of on another project, about what they don't want. Given that it's a neighboring site, I'm curious to hear in 30 seconds or less what they would not object to going on to this site.
Mr. Chairman, we will allow them to speak in the order in which they were allowed to present.
Very good. So we go with Mr. Hyatt first.
Mr. Hyatt, yeah, you're unmuted. If you could speak.
I don't see myself on here anywhere. You guys see me?
We don't see you, but we can hear you. We're just having some difficulty getting the video over.
You want me to wait for a minute, or you want?
No, just go ahead and speak.
Okay. Number one, somebody said that I have opposed all the projects in there. This 10-acre property has been vacant for 35 years for the reasons of the muck and the organic soil and everything like that.
We keep it to 30 seconds, so if you could please, Mr. Hyatt.
Sure. The Goodwill building, I had full support of. The building built across the street on the corner of 7th and 10th, I've had full support of. There's been numerous industrial buildings all in that area. That area 20, 30 years ago was nothing decent in there. And now there's a lot of nice buildings. I couldn't tell you all of them in 30 seconds, but look all the way up and down Boutwell. There's nice buildings being built everywhere. Look at the guy on the corner, Boutwell on the 7th. He just renovated 4 buildings. Look at the guy that has the oil systems down east on across Boutwell on 7th Avenue. Look at all the projects on 4th. Eastern Metals, the company that lawyer that just bought them out, they built some beautiful buildings down on 4th. There was never any objection from the Marlin Industrial Park to all the surrounding area. We went in there 30 some years ago, took an area which was a total dump and made it into a nice park, and everybody else in there. I will say that I did fight the last recycling center, and I will say I'm fighting this recycling center because that's, you can say whatever you want about it, but they're bringing stuff in.
Understood. I just wanted to keep it to that question, and I think you've answered it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Morrison. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm out of order here. Mr. Garamy.
We're working on promoting them. Mr. Jeremy, Ms. Morrison, and Mr. Pouncey need to be promoted.
Okay, well, that's going on. Greg and Bob will be calling on you guys as soon as they're done.
She does have one more question.
Okay, I think I might be on it.
We see.
Not for him.
Mr. Jeremy, you're up.
Okay, great. Before I answer that question, I'd like to point out one thing I forgot is, when these forms are used in the field, they apply a release agent to them.
Mr. Jeremy, we've already gone through that part. For this, I'm just asking one question.
Okay. Yeah, I would be in favor of a high-tech industrial, light industrial, similar to what we have in the Marlin Industrial Park in the surrounding area. They're not high-intensity uses. They're light industrial. They provide lots of jobs, and it's a clean environment. And it increases your tax base, which also protects, my investment.
Understood. Thank you for that, for keeping it concise. Ms. Morrison.
More light industrial, small bay users. That's the highest demand that we have now in all of our small city markets, and it's definitely needed. It provides a great tax base and lots of jobs.
Thank you very much for that. And then last, Mr. Pouncey.
Now we got it.
You're there.
Okay, thank you very much. I also support Christina Morrison with the light industrial, small businesses, increase the tax revenue. We all seem to get along just fine. There are quite a few small businesses in that area. This particular one takes up a lot of property. I don't particularly want to be looking at a large storage area to the north end of my building. I was hopeful that something else might be going in there. Although these gentlemen have done a good job trying to promote a nice business, I just don't think it's going to be conducive with the light industrial that we have going on there right now. I'm
Understood.
concerned.
Can you just keep it to what you'd like to see?
All right, what would I like to see there? Other small businesses would be fine if we could find an investor.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill. All right, we're going to move on to Greg and Bob, but Laura, did you have one last question before we move to them?
I wanted to know how many forklifts they'll be operating on the property and where those forklifts will be stored.
So,
and I also heard somebody say something about there not being any windows on the second floor of the building that overlooks them. And I was kind of confused if he was referring to Mr. Pouncey's property.
So that would be from the applicant, whoever wants to take those two questions. How many forklifts and
storage?
The windows of the.
And where those forklifts will be stored.
Oh, where they're stored. Okay.
Jared?
I'll take the forklifts. We'll run 8 to 9 LP forklifts, not diesel, but natural gas forklifts, propane, and they're all stored inside.
8 to 9 at a time?
No, we have 8 to 9 forklifts working in the facility, and then between loading trucks, handling equipment inside, and then they will be stored inside at night.
Thank you.
And Jonathan, do you want to answer the question about the window, the building, the adjacent building?
Yep.
Thanks, John.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, just looking at the Google aerials of that buffer, I was just checking it out because there is an existing buffer on the property to the south of us, to the south of that 330 foot area. And while I was looking, I noticed that the building doesn't have any windows on the north or west sides of that building. So they wouldn't really be able to see beyond or into the property from inside the building, at least.
Are you referring to the building that Mr. Pouncey has his unit in?
I don't know who owns the building. I wasn't, but it's the building to the south of that 330 foot buffer that I was describing earlier.
Is that the only 2-story building that is located there?
It appears to be.
Yeah.
I think there's a height limitation of 30 feet in the district, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Okay, because I thought I heard Mr. Pouncey say that from the windows in his unit that he could see into the site.
We can bring Mr. Pouncey back over and to address if he has windows on the second floor or not. I believe Mr. Haig testified that in looking at the aerial, he did not see them. Perhaps there's one that is not easily visible from the pictometry or the aerial. Mr. Pouncey, do you want to address that? Do you have a window on the north side of your building facing the subject property?
My particular unit is C-104. I do not have a window in my particular unit facing the north. However, I believe C-101 does. C-109, the unit on the south end of my building, does also have windows facing the south as well as the east. Other units on the either end of the other two buildings, they also have windows facing the sides of their building. So although I cannot recall if C-101 actually has windows on the north side, that's a good question. I was hoping maybe Christina Morrison could answer that question. She's my property manager.
But we don't have the floor plans to know if those units are on the first or the second floor. I don't know that.
His answer was sufficient.
All right, very good. Thank you, Laura. So we will move on to Greg Rice. Greg, are you still awake?
I am indeed, and I want to start my comments by saying you're doing a good job tonight, Anthony. Thank you very much for.
You know, I've been studying the master for 6 years. Hopefully I got something
Well,
there.
I don't
And
know
I
that
see you've
that's
grown
the,
a beard since we saw you last. It's been that
well,
long
yeah,
of a
well,
meeting.
it's the only thing on me that grows. So
Fair
I'm showing
enough.
off. It's really
Take it
what I'm
away.
doing. First of all, to all parties concerned, it's been an interesting meeting tonight. There's no question about it. I wanted to just make a couple of points like Anthony has just done with his comments. It's getting late, and I believe that it should always be a rule that a meeting should end on the same day it begins. So we're getting close to the deadline of that. I've never been a part of a town that is so compassionate from all spectrums. I mean, from the people that live on the water to the people that live out west of town. We are a unique town in that regard. And of all the things that we do well, there's a few things that I wish that we could improve on. And one being that coconut telegraph, that communication between neighbors and what have you, because people misconstrue things. They turn things around so quickly here. I want for public record to be a part of the meeting tonight by letting people know that the property that we're talking about right now is not Lake Worth's property. And because I know tomorrow you'll go on Facebook and we'll all be reading about, oh, we're giving property away because it's just to keep our taxable income down or whatever. But that it's not the city's property. It's both private entities. The CRA is not involved or anything else. And believe you me, if I'm sure the owner of that property hoped or thought he could get more money for that property, he would do it. So that being said, this is not Lake Worth's property. It's two private property owners that are involved in a transaction between the two for the betterment of Lake Worth in the long run. That being said, I heard a lot of talk. I heard a lot of talk tonight too about hurricane preparedness and cleaning up around the yards and what have you. Keep in mind now, Eastern Metal sells a lot of hurricane shutters. So if there is a hurricane and there's some stuff laying around, they're going to benefit from something. No, I believe that these folks will hopefully take care of the investment that they would make in a project this size. I want to ask the engineer from Kimberly Horn, is there ever any contact with, you guys with the water division, especially the drainage and what have you, about the Blue Way Parkway that's been on the books for quite some time, but they got a little grant or whatever, so they've got more seed money to continue that effort. What that is, it's an effort to try to connect all the smaller canals, maybe like that E3 canal. I don't know if it's part of the Blue Way, and all over Palm Beach County from down to Lake Ida, all the way up to Jupiter probably, and of course the Lake Worth Lagoon, for paddle boards and canoes and kayaks and smaller motorized boats or whatever. Has anybody from the Blue Way Parkway or Expressway or whatever it's called got in touch with like the folks at Kimberly Horn? And with is that E3 canal part of that master plan? Do you know?
It would have to be. The Blue Way Trail is what you're referring to, the Blue Way Trail.
Yes, ma'am.
It would have to be.
I would think so.
It feeds into Lake Osborne and it feeds into the C-51, which goes into Lake Worth Lagoon.
Yes, it does, and other places, but yes. So I would hope that we meaning Lake Worth. And there was a point brought up the other night at the city commission meeting where trying to pass an ordinance that all the vehicles that we buy from, I guess, the time that this ordinance might be passed, would have to be some kind of a green fuel vehicle, truck, car, whatever. Taking care of our environment, the runoff, the waters, and all the other stuff. I don't think anybody's going to do a better job at it, I hope, than this city will do. So that part of it does not worry me as much as the misinformation that the public gets about like I said, the property values and what have you. So I'm ready to vote. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I'm ready to vote.
All right, thank you, Greg. Well, if you're all complete, then we'll turn it over to Bob.
We have one more. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon, all, and I apologize for not having a camera, but it tells me Zoom is unable to detect it, which is good. You don't have to look at me.
Yeah, don't take it personal.
Well, Bob, you got a voice for radio, so go ahead.
That's right. At the risk of beating a dead horse, and environmental concerns are high on my list, and it's been asked, answered, and I thought Ms. Starr brought up a wonderful question, and that was the environmental follow-up. And somebody on your team mentioned every 5 years, and I believe it was Mr. Bellabon that said every 5 years it should be done.
I'm referring to drainage as it relates to stormwater collection, and as far as any kind of equipment, that's part of the typical requirement.
I'm sorry, I'm old and deaf. Could you speak a little louder?
Sorry about that. I was trying to keep it down for the kids sleeping. So, no, as part of the South Florida requirement drainage district, every 5 years, you're required to ensure your catch basins are free of debris and your drainage is working properly. So that's the regulatory requirement. But I also on speaker, I also had the environmental engineer that has submitted. He's been patiently waiting to get his turn to answer any questions specifically related to environmental engineering. So if there's something specific to that, Manny, who is with Langen Engineering, is also.
Could you point your phone in the other direction, maybe?
Oh, sorry.
No, we don't want to see your screen, but the speaker might be on the other side.
No, the speaker's right here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, but I do understand that it's every 5 years environmentally. What are it's basically you're buying a garbage dump, a brownfield, and you're cleaning it up, which is spectacular. And the risk of polluting the waterways, I think you could tell is pretty high with most of us as we've all asked this question. With the follow-up, and standard is 5 years, who actually does the follow-up? Is that something you all do, or is that EPA comes in?
Let me just clarify again. From a drainage standpoint, the requirement is to follow every 5 years to ensure drainage is in compliance. From an environmental, it's a totally different requirement. So environmentally, it's I have Manny from Langen on the phone, but basically they do testing. So based on the readings and what are the requirements, what are the different type of environmental pollutants that they need to test for, depending on those levels, they need to continuously monitor. Is it, Manny, is it per quarter that it's monitored? Can everyone hear Manny or no?
Unfortunately, no. We can provide him with a link. Was he not able to log into the Zoom meeting?
We were not thinking that he was going to be required to be on this call. And
okay, we can bring him on if we can send him a link and get him on the link, because it doesn't work through the phone. Also, if he was not on the call, he has not been sworn in and cannot provide testimony until he is sworn in.
Okay, all right. Let me send him the link then. Right.
Would you like the environmental engineer to be sworn in, or are you satisfied with with George's?
I'm satisfied with the answer given, and I would really like to see, instead of every 5 years, a little bit sooner, like 3 years. Just
it's much sooner. It's much sooner. I was saying that from a drainage standpoint, every 5 years. From environmental, it's much sooner. Manny, what is the timeline? Can you tell me? Every quarter is the requirement.
Every 4 years?
For a minimum of 1 year. And then as directed by Palm Beach County and FDP and FDP both. So it's every quarter for at least a year, and then as required from FDP and Palm Beach County.
All
So
right, great.
I wasn't 100% aware of the stringent requirements. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. The landscaping has been brought up obviously multiple times, and the number of windows from that face north at the south end of your property. I guess if I heard it correctly, there's two of them that look at your, look north. I see that, and it is what it is, but the trees and out of what was listed there, and I didn't write them down, but I did hear them. I do know over time they're going to grow nice size and will be a buffer for that view. It just all depends on how big they are when they're initially planted. Two more questions here. One of them is, how many jobs will actually be created? And if you're closing the Pompano location, will those people be coming up this way, or will you be hiring locals in the area?
That's a great question. Louis or Jared, do you want to take that?
I'll take it. The facility will have about 50 employees. Some will come from Pompano, but the majority of the workforce from the warehouse workers and some of the office will be sourced locally.
Okay, thank you. And I lied or misspoke because I have more than one more question. With the cleaning process, and it's indoors, and then it goes through a filtration system per se, or is separated when it dries. Is any of that concrete chips, dust, whatever, is that able to be recycled, or is it all trashed?
We don't we don't recycle it. It is trashed. I don't know if there's a process for that or not.
Okay, and is that a cost to the city, or is that part of your property taxes, or do you all pay for removal?
We pay for removal. It goes into roll-off dumpsters, one of our biggest expenses.
Okay, but I heard you say roll-off dumpsters before. I just didn't know what that was. So no, I still don't know, but I understand what you're saying.
They're just dumpsters.
Dumpsters.
And overall, once you are done and the building's ready to have the ribbon cut, what is the overall value of the property? What do you expect it to be? Now, I'm kind of looking at what's our tax base.
Sure. Well, Louis, I don't know that we've done that analysis, Commissioner Lipa, but Louis, why don't you talk about the cost, all the costs, the costs of the project, et cetera. That could give you an idea.
Actually, Neil, we're at 16 million, in excess of 16 million on the total capital investment.
That works for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you all for your time.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing portion. And so now it's up here for us board members to have discussion. I think a lot of comments and discussion came out of the question portion as well. I don't know if there's that. No, I didn't come back to Mark. Mark, do you have anything?
I'm good.
Okay, you're good.
I'm good.
Got all your questions answered through those other ones. All right.
And then some.
Understood. I don't know if there's a whole ton of discussion left to have, because much of it was taking place through that. But I'm going to open it up for the discussion portion. If we want to just go down the line, give your comments as we go, and then there's a motion. We'll go from there if we want to keep them to 60 seconds or less. Warren, you want to?
Yeah, I believe in the end, I believe it's a positive move toward for Lake Worth. I think that there's a lot of discussion about all these small business parks moving in, and that would be a great thing to do. But if it was, they would have picked up the property already, and nobody wanted to do the demucking. People don't talk about the demucking is a huge, huge undertaking, and a lot of people doing these smaller business type of, small industrial parks would not have the budget or wouldn't do that, and that's a cleanup in itself. So I think that's a great thing for the applicant to do. And if we didn't have an applicant like that, we probably wouldn't have that site cleaned up to begin with. That's how I feel. I believe that they're actually putting their best foot forward. They've gone through a lot with the staff, and I'm in favor of it.
All right. Mark?
Yeah, I think it's a good move. It's, it may not be what everybody wants, but, a bird in the hand sometimes is worth a couple in the bush. And, I wasn't real sure what they did there. And, having listened to it, I don't think it's as dirty of an operation as it first came out to be. And I think it's a good move.
All right, very good. Thank you. Daniel?
I'm on mute.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Oh.
I believe all the questions and concerns I had were answered. In addition to everything you guys said, I think that this is, I'm ready to vote.
All right, Laura?
I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Greg, since you're taking up the screen, why don't you go ahead first?
I just want to thank everybody that came out tonight. This has been one day we'll probably never forget as what's going on in the world. And to think that enough people cared enough about their neighborhoods and their businesses and what have you to come out tonight when we should all be home watching one of the cable news networks telling us what's going to happen next. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. And Bob?
I too am ready to vote.
Thank you. My comment, as Juan said, brownfields are a many-year burden. These things have been around from when the rules were a little different back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So for a community to get one off the books, I don't think it's a super fun field, but it's regular brownfield. It's nice to see it go. In terms of some of the neighboring, the business owners and wanting to see something better, I don't think any of us disagree with that. But that is not our purview. Unfortunately, we don't get to sit up here and decide what we'd like to see there. I think we'd all feel differently. Also, as Juan pointed out, if so, why didn't they do it yet? So we have someone who wants to come here. They're excited about it. They want to put in a nice facility. And quite frankly, by looking at this facility, they're not building a skyscraper. They're putting a relatively low scale project on this, which to me says 5, 10, 15 years, it's ready to come down and become something else. And perhaps that's part of their business model, perhaps not. But I don't see it as being a major burden on that property's future development. So those are my comments. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. So with that, I will sit back and see if anybody has a motion they'd like to make.
I move to approve of PZB project number 20-014-00035 with staff recommended conditions for a major site plan, conditional use permit, and sustainable bonus program incentive to construct a plus or minus 47,000 square foot distribution facility and repair and maintenance uses commonly referred to as DACA and located at the subject site. The project meets the applicable criteria based on the data and analysis in the staff report.
I'll second that motion. I've never got to do that before.
All right, we'll let you take it.
Let him do it.
Someone get a picture of him. Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll call the roll. We'll start at this end. Juan.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Daniel.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Bob.
Aye.
And Anthony's aye. The ayes have it. Passed unanimously.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I must say, you run a fantastic meeting under these very difficult circumstances. So thank you.
Yes, you did.
Thank you. That guy taught me everything I know right there.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Feel better, Mr. Rice.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to take a 5-minute break before heading into the LDRs?
Jonesing over here, he needs to get outside, so I guess we will do that.
No, I don't need a cigarette.
Oh, you don't? Okay. You need, oh, I'm sorry. He's still jonesing. So we'll let him take a break. 5 minutes would be good. Thank you.
This is the board members. There might be certain facilities that are locked.
Okay, Aaron, I'm just waiting.
Yeah,
and
but
then if I can get
Sherry
Stan.
should have the key.
Sherry has the keys to everything.
Yes, she does.
10:09.
It shouldn't be long. It's
Can we do
pretty
this
simple.
next- Can't we do this
Yeah,
next time?
10:09, Mr. Chairman.
Our
for the
meeting
record.
next time is gonna be just as long, if not longer.
Really?
Probably.
I think so too.
Let's be quick.
The 27th?
Oh, the 27th. I don't know.
Is that what the
So-
meeting on the 27th is about?
I'm gonna go, I muted everybody. The 27th, Mr. Rice, is about 7-Eleven. It's the
Oh,
remand,
okay.
it was
Okay, I'm
remanded.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
No discussion about the actual topics, just what's going to be before us.
Okay.
Right.
All right, well, that's done. No, we got one more topic.
I got 1,600.
I think we're already here, aren't we? Everybody's back.
We
How long
drink.
is- You want a piece?
No, thank you.
Hey, Greg, can you hear me?
Bob, are you there?
You know the chef?
Greg, did you hear any explosions? Ah,
He's muted. Hold on. I muted him because he had background noise.
oh. He's still muted, but he hasn't popped up to. take
Okay,
a
there you
look.
go. Can you hear me now?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you now. Did you hear any explosions?
Yes, I did. I don't know what it was.
They were real close. They actually shook my house. That's why if you saw me get up and run out before, I
Yeah.
thought there was a car accident in front, but
There were explosions.
they're spectacular in volume
were
and
loud.
size. And they're right over
Everyone's back here in person.
Some kind of explosion on the street.
Do we have staff and everybody there? Are we ready to go on these revisions to the LDRs?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I am ready to start the presentation whenever you are.
All right, we're ready. Let's
The
roll.
item?
5 minutes.
Keep reading.
If you can read the item on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Hang on here. Last one took so long, I forgot how to do this. Okay, item B under new business. PZHP 20-03100008, ordinance 2020-20. Consideration of an ordinance to chapter 23 land development regulations regarding changes to temporary uses, home occupations, and several minor modifications related to development standards for parking, accessory dwelling units, and maintenance easements on zero lot line properties. Aaron, please take us through it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is ordinance 2020-20. It's a series of proposed land development regulations. As you can see here, this ordinance is part of that original March 2020 workshop that prioritized longstanding code updates that the department had been planning to work on. I'm sure you're sick of us doing this cleanup, but we're getting to the end. Yay. So these proposed amendments to Chapter 23 include a new section entitled Temporary Use Permit, modification tables to allow for or to add temporary uses. It also modifies Article 4 related to accessory dwelling units, Article 4 related to home occupations, off-street parking, temporary uses, concurrency management, and public facility capacity. So specifically in exhibits A and G of the subject ordinance, this is, it's a very minor cleanup amendment. And really what it does is it standardizes an access easement in 2 areas in our code for zero lot line lots. And this is requirement is wherever feasible and identifies a 3-foot access easement. We have a new section for temporary uses to create a new temporary use review permit process and review standards. This has been a long time coming. There's a lot of temporary uses that we really wanted to have some set standards, review standards in our code, and clarify the temporary use permit process as a separate process. Again, the use tables have been modified to establish temporary uses by zoning district. In Article 4 for our accessory dwelling units, basically we clarify size and construction standards for accessory dwelling units. We don't change things, we just clarify the standard. Some of these standards were in other places. We make this a one-stop shop for understanding accessory dwelling unit requirements. Home occupations. We allow additional flexibility for home occupations in mixed use districts only. And we establish a type 2 of a home occupation, which we can walk through more specifically through the question series. We can open up that ordinance. And then finally, Exhibit F, it clarifies the parking requirements for accessory dwelling units and that the parking in lieu fee was available in the city's core area. If you recall, we did a very large modification to the parking section. And when we reorganized it, it was not absolutely clear anymore that the parking in lieu fee could only be used in the downtown, which is where the fee is intended to eventually develop parking in the downtown. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions or you'd like to go through any exhibits specifically, I'm happy to do that with you.
All right, sounds good. Well, we'll follow our orderly fashion and we'll start down with Juan. If you have any.
Yes, I do. On the development units, you've got on the home occupations, could you be more specific as to what what this expands to? I mean, there's been a lot of chatter about different types of occupations around, and especially these mixed use type buildings. Can you be more specific as to what would be allowed and what won't be? Would it be dissimilar families? Will it be more density? Is it going to be more square footage allowed per unit? I mean, could you be a little more specific?
William, if you could address that.
Sure. This is in response. We were working on an idea of a professional home occupation type of use prior to COVID. COVID sped the need and desire for moving it forward. So we will have two types of home occupations. The traditional type of one that can happen just about anywhere where you have a residence. You cannot have clients, you cannot have employees, and there are limitations on how much of a residence can be used for your home occupation. The professional home occupation change is allowing residential buildings in mixed use districts only, and it will be approved by building. It would not be appropriate for a single family residential house in a mixed use district to allow a level of employee work, client work for professional office type uses within your own residence. As an example, if you, let's say that you're an accountant and you work from home and you have an employee like a supporting secretary, administrative assistant, and you have clients that come in so often, that would be allowed on the professional office. It also, there's a limitation on how much of your residence can be used for your professional office, which is done through an application. It's very specific and it's limited to professional type offices. And that would be like maybe an attorney, accountants, architects, landscape architects, media people, possibly public relations, advertising, that type of professional office. And we do see it as a way to, it reflects where the economy is going, because there are literally dozens of types of occupations that now can be done relatively easily from home if they allowed a modicum of public interaction with a client or an employee. So we're trying to get ahead of the curve. There is a great deal of interest in this type of use with 4 of our upcoming planned development projects that are all in mixed use districts. It's also reflective of the desire of the type of office space in a small nature that is needed as more people move here because of COVID and want to have a home occupation or entrepreneurial approach or a small business. And then there has been interest in smaller business square footages within the city, but many times the entrepreneur can't afford to have a separate leased office and a residence. This allows the combination of the two within the same sort of space in an approved building. And it will be building by building. It's not across the board.
Okay, and the second question would be, and you might be able to answer it, William, it might be best for you to answer. On section 23.5-7, concurrency management and public facility capacity. What does that mean? That would mean that there would be a public facility attached to some of the homes or some of the, I mean, where's the flexibility in that? The concurrency management, could you, I don't know.
That's something totally different.
Yeah, there's something that's different. Where are you? Are you in the, is that in the?
Questions I'm seeing here on, it says 2020, well, whatever. I've got let me see what page it's on. It doesn't have a page in my booklet.
What, does that have a line number, like an ordinance?
Yeah, it's got a line number, which is line number 23. It starts there. It's a section 23.5-7. And it
No,
says
but there's
concurrent-
some of the ordinances have little line numbers along the left-hand side, like,
Yeah.
line 1, 2, 3, 4,
Right,
5, 6,
this
7, 8.
is 669. I'm sorry.
So, I'm sorry, I think you're reading in the ordinance title, Mr.
Yeah.
Content. So that is actually just the concurrency management section. And
Right.
that actually is addressing maintenance easements for zero lot lines. It just, that's the title of the section. It doesn't actually have anything to do with the, so that's an exhibit
Very
A.
last page.
We are addressing, it's just an order of the exhibit, and it says for that particular one, it says for zero lot lines, a 3-foot maintenance easement shall be provided on the non-zero side to allow for maintenance. So this has to do with having consistency related to drainage and the maintenance of drainage easements and utility easements
That's
within.
fine. Okay, that's fine. I was reading it in another page and it seemed off, but.
Yeah, the title is weird. It doesn't seem like it would match, but that's what it is, so.
Okay, that was my, well, it's good. If people, I mean, there will be flexibility and I think we've started that with some of the work-live lofts that are there and people are doing some of that type of work anyway at the moment. And yeah, I guess it makes sense. My bigger issue is if you start getting sort of dissimilar families and things into units, I don't know how that all works. And if that's going to have any change within the LDRs coming up.
I think there's a couple things to consider. One, there's typically a condominium or rental association in multifamily buildings. And so these types of uses would, and if they were allowed in the building, they would have to be permitted by those associations. Two, the maximum area of the use is only 50, it cannot exceed as an absolute maximum of 50% of the quarters. And in addition, if somebody wanted an employee, the unit would have to be scaled large enough so that there would be space for the principal of the business as well as for the employee. So there, if you look through the class 2 designations, again, this is not permitted in any of our residential districts. So it would be prohibited in single family residential, 2-family residential, and multifamily districts, but it would be allowed in mixed use districts, which are in our major thoroughfares along Dixie Highway in the downtown. So it's not in, it would be in mixed use buildings. Really.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I'm good. All right. Mark, anything?
I'm good.
Daniel?
Why do we exclude this from residential houses, single family houses?
This is a test in a way to see how this will go. We have been rather cutting edge in creating this ordinance. I will pat myself on the back because of it, because I've been working on it for a long time, trying to bring it forward, and COVID kind of pushed it ahead. So before we open up the floodgates and have it everywhere, we want to test it out in the mixed use districts, which already allow professional offices by right or by administrative use or by conditional use already. See how it goes. We may have to amend the ordinance if we have some issues that may arise, as Mr. Content brought up. And if it's deemed appropriate and is successful, it may be rolled out to possibly the multifamily districts next. I doubt it will ever get to the single family districts because we have a great preponderance and majority of people in Lake Worth Beach who prefer to keep the single family districts single family without any commerce. That opinion may change and that flavor may change in years to come, but we're going to roll it out slowly and see how it goes.
Good call.
Thank you.
Laura?
Yeah, I don't see any restriction on these businesses from having signage on their vehicles.
Which businesses are you referring to?
Somebody who's going to have a,
I know what you're talking about. Where I believe, and Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's the part where it states that they're allowed to have one vehicle directly related to the business there, and it does not state anything about it being a commercial vehicle signage, et cetera. It's silent on it.
We do have a requirement for commercial business parking or vehicle parking, and you saw that in an earlier ordinance. A vehicle that is directly related to a business like a catering company or a van or a vehicle with signage or a fleet, those types of things, those have a specific requirement to be parked in designated space and require a minor site plan amendment.
Okay, Laura, may I?
Sure.
So you're saying that just because it doesn't say it here, which I think is Laura's question, you're saying it will still be, it'll still be governed by that. It's just in a different section of the LDRs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's sufficient.
That's a prohibition. You cannot have like cars stenciled with.
That's correct. When you see those in the residential neighborhoods overnight, they're not supposed to be.
Okay.
Well, you know, if you take a look at on page 11 of the of what we have,
They're all over the place.
class 2,
In my neighborhood.
number 4, no signs or advertisements. No signs, banners, or flyers shall be permitted to advertise the professional home occupation on the premises for any purpose. So if the vehicle's there, doesn't that include that?
I think they're different things. I think commercial vehicles explicitly stated as a commercial vehicle.
So even if, so if it's not for the home business, but it's for a business that they go to and it has the name of the business
Still
on
shouldn't be
it,
there.
they shouldn't be there.
Correct. Staff could tell us the times, and I can't remember what they are, but you can call
Overnight.
ABSO on that, and they're supposed to ticket it. Okay, Laura, you good?
I'm good.
Bob, since your face is on the screen, you're next.
I'm good.
All right. Greg, you still there?
I'm good. Yes, I am.
All right. I just have a couple of quick questions. Laura already addressed one of them. Exhibit D for the secondary accessory dwelling unit, also affectionately called ADUs. The new section states shall be a minimum of 400 square feet. Aaron, I think you mentioned earlier that we're condensing everything so it's in one spot. I don't remember the exact numbers, but could someone please clarify for me? Was there not a number that, and I think it was like a minimum housing size or something like that, that did previously affect these, and it was around the 600 square foot mark? Can anyone?
There are two different components, Chairman. At one point, a single family house, I believe, could not be less at one point less than 1,200 square feet. Then it became 600. Our smallest residential dwelling unit size now is 400 square feet for a studio. And we're sort of equalizing an accessory dwelling unit and a studio as being, they're qualified as dwelling units. They have a minimum size. We also have adopted in our code a minimum housing code that does prescribe specific size limitations, or at least minimums, for bedrooms, living area, and that sort of thing.
Okay, so it's the same concept. They're mirroring different sections, and now it's 400. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
You answered that. The accessory dwelling units to be occupied need to be in multifamily areas. It doesn't state that in here. Again, and I can't remember where it is. I'm not looking at it. Does that need to be stated in here since we're putting it all in one spot, or there's another section? You want to put it
The
in?
permitted use table has that component. So accessory dwelling units are effectively allowed everywhere except for single family residential, which is about 60% of the city.
Thank you for clarifying that. And the parking, the work vehicles, you already addressed that. Laura had that question. And, okay, so on that same topic, and again, correct me if I've understood this wrong, the parking for the, now I'm on what I think Exhibit F, the home businesses parking. One customer per 300 feet and one employee per 300 feet. Then it goes to 150 feet after that per employee. Can add up to a lot of people at once. It does
Keep in
talk,
mind that, Chairman, that the limitation is predicated on how much of the unit dedicated to the use, which can be no more than 50% of the apartment. So if you've got a 2,000 square foot apartment, 1,000 square feet could be allocated in hypothetical terms to your professional office, which then dictates how many of employees and customers you can have.
all right, so in your example, 1,000, so you can have 3.3 customers in there, and like 8 employees based on that number. But my question is the parking.
It's not cumulative like that. It's all together. It's like each, let me go to it.
Right, really where my question is going, this is the parking is, are they allowed to use street parking for those people, or do they have to provide off-street parking?
Well, the parking is going to be dictated by the type of project that's approved. Street parking, as you know, we already allow that to be counted toward your off-street parking if it's bordering your frontage. I do suspect that units will get bigger in response to this a little bit, which then will dictate more parking requirements anyway. The other reason why we have it in the mixed use districts is there, in most of those, there is a preponderance of some available parking in those areas already.
Right. Okay, and then my last question is still on parking. Under the accessory dwelling units, we've added a new part, accessory dwelling unit, 1 space in addition to that required for the primary dwelling. I think you may have just answered it. My question was going to be, so a 50-foot wide house is required to have 2 spaces per unit. Then you have an ADU, no driveway 1. So are you allowed to use the street parking to count?
One of the parking changes we made, I think it was 2 LDR rounds ago, allows you to utilize, I think it's 50% of the required off-street parking can be on the street. So on the 50-foot lot scenario, if it had a driveway, you'd have available 1 parking space on the street. So you still have to have 2 on the site.
All right, so in that scenario, if there was a 2-car garage and no driveway, the ADU would need the front for that as well. If it had no on-site parking at all and an ADU existed, what would happen in that case? And that's my last.
The legal non-conforming use and the parking is what it is. If they ever wanted to expand it, they would have to then meet the parking.
Okay.
If it's in single family residence, no, they actually wouldn't. We have an exemption on that. Gee. I don't think they'd have to provide the parking unless we did a major change of the type of use.
Right, because there's a lot of
one of our
houses
development
around
incentives that we
right now that have existing accessory dwelling units, so it'd be a challenge to tell them they need to go bulldoze something and build another parking spot.
Right.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions that I have. Unless anybody else had a lightning strike idea. Someone wants to throw a motion out there. Go ahead.
Sucks. It's intense.
Any motion?
Any motion.
Anthony?
Yes, Greg.
Just for my clarification, if it's a condominium association, they can prohibit it even if the city allows it?
Right at the end, it said that
the professional home occupation proposal requires you come to the city and request for a conditional use. It is not by right.
There is
Okay.
a section in there that specifically says this is not meant to, here it is, 17. These provisions shall not supersede the requirements of an HOA or condo if the rules are more restrictive. Is that what you're looking for, Greg?
Thank you. Yes, it is.
Helps it, yes.
You're welcome. Since you're on the screen, you want to make a motion for us? You don't have your papers in front.
No, I got my
Okay,
paper.
don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You got it? Go ahead.
Daniel, take it.
I move to recommend to the city commission to adopt the proposed LDR text amendments included in PZB HRPB project number 20-031-00008 ordinance 2020-20. Attachments A. Draft ordinance 20-20. 20.
Get on. All right, motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Juan. So motion by Daniel, second by Juan. Follow the same format, starting at the north side. Juan.
Aye.
Aye. Mark. Daniel.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye, aye.
Bob.
Aye.
Anthony is aye. Passes unanimously. All right. Moving along. Wherever I put this. Here we are.
I believe the next item on the agenda, Mr. Chairman, is planning issues.
Yes, thank you. Planning issues. Do we have any planning issues?
I have none to report. William, would you like to? Do you have
I was
anything
going to say,
you'd like
due to the lateness of the hour and we have another meeting in 2 weeks or whatever, 3 weeks, we might hold off and have that discussion at that meeting.
So be it. Public comments. Do we have anybody still with us this time who would like to make a public comment? Staff, do we have any members of the public on?
I have not received any. We have no members of the public on, and we have not received anything from the portal.
Thank you. Department reports. Will that follow the same format of a couple of weeks from now?
Yes.
Sure. Yes, please.
All right, board member comments. Everyone's still awake? Yep.
Night, John Boy.
Anybody for you two at home? Greg's just laughing. He's barely there. He's had enough. All right, so no board member comments. All right, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
It's 10:30.
Seconded by Daniel. Meeting adjourned at 10:36. Sold.
Good job, Anthony.
Thank you, Chairman,
Thank
for
you.
running a very good meeting.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good job, Anthony. I would like to thank everybody for their time. Staff really appreciates your volunteering for this board. It's a tough gig, so. thank
And
you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And a healthy one. Bye all.
That too.